girl. Big girl.
Oh.
Moo. My moo cow dog.
Alright, bye guys. Peace.
Is that Maddie lurking in the background over your
Yeah,
shoulder?
she's lurking, like a 10-year-old usually does.
Like
Looking like Enderman back there.
Yeah, I like watching play games.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to watch.
We do have fans. I knew it. Yes.
I don't know that she said that.
Trav, when you're ready, you can cue it.
Oh, I started it.
So I need to look at the RP here, but basically where we left off, everyone did their kind of own thing at the Cloak Inn. You guys were given a job to do. I said in the next 2 days, but it would be today, like at night tonight. So like that night, you guys did your own thing, went to bed. There was a little interaction between Sarah and Tarkin about sheets, removing sheets, sweating, just getting the sweats, and then
Pissing himself in the middle of the night.
and then Sarah went downstairs and talked to a couple of the Blackcoats. Didn't really get much information out of them. Got Dee's award-winning attitude, and then went up to the bar, got breakfast, and Circos woke up soon later. Ring ting ting and a ling around on the balcony, where Tarkin's actually to his right. Brewer, you worked on the flour thing that you were making the other night, and then I just basically had you stay up pretty late too, working on that, and then you went to bed. So you're just in the room still. And yeah, so it's like 8, I think about this point. Travis woke up at like 7, so Sarah woke up earlier than that. So so really the main things is that you guys have a job to do tonight. You know where it is. You can use those resources on Discord as well. To map it. That's like your map, basically, the districts, people's names, all stuff that you guys know. So, I mean, we can start with. I want to start with Josh, upstairs in the bedroom. Those goggles are nice. They're like cosplay goggles.
I was gonna say they look like welding goggles.
Yeah, they're dope. Yeah, so I'll wake up and I'm sort of like, I'm just like not somebody who takes care of himself all that much. He's just like more practical than anything, and covered in like flecks of dust from like the crystal dust from carving. And like as I sit up, I see like some of my tools are under my pillow, and like I didn't sleep well because of that. Not that I ever really sleep well. And pull out a vial of soother and put some of it underneath my tongue. Collect my tools. Is anybody in the room with me? I can't see. Sorry.
No, it's just you in there.
My eyes itchy. I have an itchy eye.
Gross.
So I'll just gather my stuff and like go downstairs.
Okay. So basically, once you like exit the door, you run into Circos. Basically, you see Circos and Tarkin, and they notice you. Doesn't mean that you guys look at him. Are you walking by them downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tarkin, you see when I walk by, I'm like rubbing my eye,
Which eye?
my left eye. So like, just to be clear, I don't actually have an eye patch. I think somebody mentioned an eye patch before. It's just a lens, like a monocle
yeah.
with like a couple other lenses, and yeah. So I should like take one of these off.
And when you get downstairs, are you just like going to the bar, getting?
Yeah, I need to eat something. Maybe a piece of bread and a hard-boiled egg. They have breakfast.
All right. So when you get up to the bar, you see Octavia's basically, or Sarah is eating her like the meal. I forgot what the meal I said was, but you're eating breakfast. Oh, it was a boar and eggs, basically. And Esmond walks over to you, cigar in hand, like halfway down at this point at 8 a.m. in the morning. Hey, strange one. What can I get you?
Do you have breakfast foods?
We got eggs, bread, pig.
The first two, please.
First two. All right. Anything else?
Do you have a glass of clean water?
It's probably not going to be clean. I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm. Okay.
Want it?
Sure.
Octavia will reach over and just put her finger in the water to prestidigitate it clean.
Yeah. So basically, he goes
This
over.
disgusts the brewer immediately.
Still cleaner than it
yells-
was. I stand by it.
He yells to the back, "Eggs, bread!" as he brings over some water. Drops it off. She puts her finger in it. And basically, after some time, the cook comes over and slides it over to you and just nods at you as he asks for... There'll be 6 copper for the meal.
Did we get paid yet?
Yeah, you did. How much did I pay you?
We each got 50 gold, I
Oh,
believe.
that's right. Can I give him a gold? I'll just give him a gold piece.
Oh, wow. Appreciate you.
I can expect some in return, correct?
You want change?
Yes.
Take back that appreciate you.
Well, I'll be sure to leave a tip, especially if you can bring me clean water.
He brings back the whatever it is. I'm not going to do the math for it, but he brings back what's left over, and you basically gave 6 copper out of the gold, and he gives you the return. But he does not give you any clean water. The water that he gave you is all he has.
Okay. He doesn't get a tip then. Octavia can see that my left eye is like pink and a little swollen, like toward the outside.
I touch it and prestidigitate.
You do not touch it.
I would not. I would not touch your gross eye.
That's a good way to get some acid thrown on you. Yeah.
All right.
So
Eating breakfast.
yeah, you start eating.
I know that we haven't known each other long, but I feel like I need to tell you that your eye is a little fucked up, and since you kind of only have the one, it seems like something concerning.
I pull up my lens and put it on my forehead and go, I have 2 eyes.
Oh, well, then I guess you can afford to lose one. Carry on.
All right, so we get to Circos. You're on the balcony. You're looking down. The people that you see are there, and you do notice Tarkin behind you, and you did see the brewer basically itching his eyes, scrambling downstairs.
So Sergos just kind of looks over the room, and then he turns back around to Tarkin and So, my friend, I do not know much about you, other than you wield a spear, which you showed me quite close and personal, and you have some knack for controlling the weave.
Yes, I know some magic. I hail from the Purple Rocks. I just got in here a few nights ago now, when Sarah or Octavia, I'm not sure anymore, apparently she's been lying about her name, because she said Octavia the other night.
Wow, way to rat me out, you piece of shit.
And the brewer over there found me on a boat.
So you have not known either of them long.
No, only a few nights now. You even less.
Well, I can tell you I am a trustworthy character.
You seem trustworthy.
You can see by my wares, I am well-to-do. I have many adventures under my belt, and I can definitely use the help in recovering this book that we have misplaced.
I think that's a good idea. Looks very interesting to me.
But until then, I guess we have a job to do for this lovely gang that has taken us under their wing.
Barry, just a quick question, because I can't remember if we knew exactly where the hand was tonight in the Southern Ward. Because in my notes it was just that it was just into the Southern Ward, like it wasn't too far, but I can't remember if we knew exactly where it was.
Where the church was? The Helms
Yeah.
Hall?
Do we know where exactly that is?
I believe so, yeah. It should be in the resources. I think I marked them.
Is it the one with the big circle around it? Oh, yeah. I clicked into it, and that's definitely a circle you made. Okay.
Yeah. No, yeah. You, they know where it is.
I had to
they
scroll
just,
up more.
They basically said that they knew where it was, but they couldn't tell you. They couldn't really protect you after the dock ward. Like, guards would not be paid off.
That's what I wrote in my notes. I just couldn't remember exactly where it is. I just had to scroll up more.
The scouting crew definitely did find it. Yes.
Follow-up question. I might not, but do we have any idea how far that is? Because I don't remember exactly how far it...
It's... Hold on, I can actually look that up.
Alright.
There actually is a thing for that, so go ahead and RP if you want more, but I'll...
Well, I believe that we should be heading for this artifact tonight if we want to retrieve it in a timely manner, under the cover of darkness preferably.
Oh, yes, that is wise. I am sure they would not like us taking their things in broad daylight.
Oh, I bet they would not, but we should keep to the dock ward as much as we can, since that's apparently where their protection lies, and based upon talking around last night, it seems that they have a pretty good handle on this ward.
Yes, if we make our way over there, we should be able to stay relatively close to relatively within the confines of the dock ward, and just make our move to the Helms Hall when we need to.
Yeah, it's not far at all, Trev. I mean, if anything, being stealthful about getting there is going to be that take you the longest, but in reality, it wouldn't take you more than half an hour.
Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure because I was like, do we have to leave, like, early, or...?
No.
So
I would just say in our travels on our way to Helms Hall, or throughout the day, if we are out and about, we need to be careful of this Octavia, as she seems to not be very discreet. We need to make sure she is kept within reins.
Yeah, she probably could use a little bit of advice when it comes to discretion. Maybe it's something we should give a talk to her about. But do you think we should hang around here, or is there any supplies or anything that you think you need before tonight?
I will have to check to see if I need any supplies. I don't think I really need much, but a good meal would probably be best.
I agree. And with that, I'm going to start to stand up and start heading for the stairs. Breakfast sounds excellent right now.
Serko's kind of like ushers him in front of him, and he just follows along. All right. So as you guys head down, you see that you could kind of see from up top, but there's still a good amount of blackcoats in the tavern. Absent is I can't think of how we said her name. Was it, how did we say Jariza? Is that how we said it?
Jazera.
Jazera, there we go.
Jazera,
Yeah. It's been so long since we played this, I forgot how to say her name. I knew how it was spelled.
Al Jazeera.
Jazeera.
You do not see her and a couple of others, but for the most part, everyone else is here. And then as you both walk upon the brewer and Sarah/Octavia eating at the bar, and
But
Esmond
not
sees
together.
you. Not together for sure. You guys could basically walk in between the gap. And as you guys walk up, the very large man over here, who you know as Balthor, just goes, "Wow, look, the gang's up."
That we are. Can I get some breakfast? What do you have this morning for beverage? Just ale?
Yeah. Sorry. We got ale, water. For breakfast, eggs, bread, boar. Thank Balthor over there. He's the one who hunted it.
I'm gonna look down at the table over at the brewer's water. Do I notice anything about it?
It's clean.
I'll take a water, please.
Clean but not drank.
and 2 eggs, if you could.
2 eggs. Alright. How about you, fancy boy?
I'll have the same.
No boar. Wow. You hear that? They don't like it. So he goes and tells the cook, brings over the water, which comes back and it's speckled with like pieces of like piping and stuff like that, just like gunk from piping. Oh, there's your water. The food will be out soon.
Thank you. I'm gonna just like hold it up and look at it. So, how did everyone sleep last night?
Octavia looks over at you, Travis. Just seeing if you actually will say anything about how you slept last night.
Nope. Unless you're asking me.
No, you didn't want to be bothered about it, so I won't actually say anything.
Brewer, you seem to be rubbing your eye this morning. Everything alright over there? Got some fleas in that bed?
No fleas. I treat my body for fleas.
Ooh, how do you do that?
I make a chemical.
That sounds fancy. Sounds like
It's not very fancy.
Sounds like some nobles might have good use of that, though.
It's useful mostly for poor people.
That's true. Well, seems like quite the talent.
My is very painful.
You want some of this water to like wash it out or anything like that?
No, the little witch took her finger in it.
I look over at Sarah Octavia.
He wanted clean water. I made it clean. They didn't have clean water. It's a simple thing. I don't understand why he isn't more appreciative.
I
I'm
think
just shaking my head while I'm eating.
I think you need to keep your hands to yourself a little bit over there. You've been a little bit touchy in the past day.
Well, I apologize for being friendly.
Very large orc woman walks over with 2 plates and just looks around and just raises them to both of you.
I'm gonna reach out and grab one. Thank you, ma'am.
Puts the other one in front of Circus.
Thank you, my dear. She has a beautiful way with words.
She has a beautiful way of cutting people's tongues out of their mouths, to tell you that much.
I'm sure that it is a delicacy here.
Esmond, at the very back of his cigar now already, starts to light up another one as he like takes the other one and like snuffs it out on the table. So as he's lighting the other one, so I take it you noticed that the little tiefling ain't here anymore.
Sunai, yes?
I don't know. She came with you. You don't know her name.
Oh, I wasn't sure if there was another tiefling somewhere around here that I should have noticed.
Barry,
yeah.
Was she there in the room when I woke up?
No.
Okay.
We went off with Jazera. Apparently, she's taken to scouting with them.
Oh, I thought you meant like went off.
No.
Oh, well,
I was
that's
just
good.
acknowledging to you guys that, I mean, I thought you guys came together. Turns out not.
No, we did. Where they go scouting? To the southern ward? Or elsewhere?
Nah, north. Seems to have a knack for it. I don't know.
Were you keeping an eye on the gang up there? The Arrowhawks?
Yes. As you know, I'm sure they told you, they teamed up with those goddamn... I need to have the gangs in front of me. It's been so freaking long.
With the six-handed gang, right?
Thank you. With the six hands. Took that bottom ward. We need to find out a way to get them back in the throat. Take that spot back and prevent them from helping small groups ever again.
It's a good idea. Maybe you can destroy them from the inside. Do a little sabotage and destroy their relationship, get them fighting each other.
We'll see what we can get out of it. But she might want to join us. She seemed pretty excited, so we'll see. But in the meantime, I don't think you're going to have her tonight.
Well, that's a shame, but I think we should still be able to manage.
He just walks back and starts cleaning a glass.
So, Sarah, I noticed the other night you introduced yourself as Octavia. What's the deal with that?
Side note, did I not tell you my name was Octavia in the RP channel?
Maybe you did.
This morning. I would rather save that for a more private location, but I will answer any questions that you have.
But Octavia...
and I specifically look at you, Trav, and say, any questions that you have?
But Octavia is
eyes.
your real name, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you then, Octavia.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm gonna start eating. So, we have a mission tonight. Does anybody need any supplies or anything prior? Because I figure if not, our best bet is to probably wait here until night falls so that we have the cover of darkness on our side.
It would help if we knew what the temple looked like so we had an idea of where to look for this wall.
Well, we were given a map, right?
Not of the temple itself.
Not of the temple, no, but we know where the temple is.
Yeah.
I don't believe that...
It'd be nice to know the layout of the temple, but I imagine that'll be hard to come by on such short notice. But considering that I seem to be wanted, and Circo seems to be wanted by the guards, perhaps we should find some sort of disguises or other means of, not being so noticeable as she looks at Circos's everything.
Don't pay no mind to what I wear. I mean, you gave yourself a pretty little haircut on the way down the street. Just keep to yourself.
It is a pretty haircut. I rolled very high on that dagger haircut.
Oh yeah, you did.
I can't
Was it
remember.
natty? Was it natty?
It was like a 19 or a 20. It was like something high like that.
dirty 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great. I need to get AJ to just redo my head.
Barry, I can't remember. Do we remember what the wall was? I just wrote down the wall, ancient
A
artifact.
shield.
shield.
A gold shield.
Well, I think coming by a layout is going to be hard to come by unless we try to find maybe a library in the area and dig through. Maybe Waterdeep has some old maps.
Well, I don't think we're all wanted by the guards. Maybe some of us can just go visit the temple.
I feel like at this point we're very much wanted by the guards, but the Blackcoats did say that they had our protection in this area.
As you say that, you just hear a you don't believe us?
Oh, I believe you. I just believe my acquaintance here forgot.
You will be safe in this ward. And
I do not forget.
Balthor moves a little bit closer, and he's a big guy. He's like 6'4", 6'5". He's like a big guy in a trench coat. Leans forward and just looks over. Do all the shopping you want here. Anything you need before you go out, but once you go on to that other ward, that's when you gotta be careful.
Do you know how heavily guarded the other ward is at all?
I mean, I think the lights are low now looking for you guys, so it shouldn't be any more guard heavy than a normal day. But I'm sure they all know what you look like if you do run into them, so I would just stick to the alleys, be more stealthy when you get into that area. The temple's not that far into it, so... And as for you saying that you don't have a layout, it's a temple. What do you think? It sticks out. Do you know of the gods? They like to stick out.
I know what a temple looks like. I would like to know the layout of the temple so that we know where they might be keeping the shield instead of having to go into the temple and find it out in the heat of the moment.
Oh, sorry, princess. Our scouts couldn't get in. It's not our gang area. That's another thing. We don't own that territory. We don't have your backs there.
Circos leans on the bar and looks down at Balthor, right? Hey, he looks at it. So, this temple, is it under control? I know the ward is under control of another gang, but does the temple have any influence from that gang?
I mean, used to, maybe. Helm was in a bad spot after the Sundering, so... I mean, that temple used to get nobody there. But lately, as we said earlier last night, they seem to have muscle that a church usually doesn't have. And I think that's keeping the gangs out. And the gang that's in there...
I write that one down.
The Caravan Boys?
I think it's the South Ward.
Ooh, it's the Caravan Boys!
Yeah.
Ooh, they sound ready to rumble.
Yeah, so the Caravan Boys have been kind of pushed out of that small area, which is a big area for them. That's where all the shops are, so...
And what if we find ourselves with a pursuer as we enter back into the dock ward? Will they pursue us into your territory?
Possibly. But they won't get help from the other guards unless very inclined.
Would the other guards just turn a cheek to us?
That's basically what I'm saying, is that unless it was out in the open and they had to, they would turn a cheek. We pay we have good footing in this area. It's the one area that we do have good footing with. But like I said, I can't guarantee 100% protection when you come back in with guards chasing you out in the streets with other people. At night, you're probably gonna have better luck.
I agree.
But I know there's a lot of wild cards in this scenario. That's why we needed someone with experience with a big heist, and we saw what you guys did, so we're going off of that. You got to realize that we're doing a lot of shit to make sure you're safe in this ward right now.
Oh, and we very much appreciate it.
That little child over there, the snippy one. A lot of people want her, it seems. And that
I'm a very desirable commodity.
yeah, seems so. And your fancy friend there made enemies of some powerful people, it seems. So if a flaming fist soldier comes over here, it's never a good thing.
Well, group, do we think we have everything we need for tonight, or does anyone think they need some shopping? I'd advise that we should probably look for some rope, maybe nails and a hammer.
I think that would be wise. I don't have anything ready to scale into a temple or break and enter.
Maybe like a crowbar as well.
Surely the temple is always available to worshippers, is it not?
Well, I mean, we probably need to understand the layout where we are going in this temple, or whether we are going to just waltz in the front door, or whether we are going to have to go to the second floor, or down to the basement. I think we need a better understanding before we just assume we're going in the front.
I mean, they're definitely looking for us if we're trying to pose as worshippers in the middle of the night entering a temple. Unless you intend to go now and pose as worshippers.
You're muted, then.
If we get some decent disguises, I don't see why not.
I look over at the Circus and the Brewer. What do you think? Would you prefer to try to disguise ourselves, or go in under the cover of darkness?
What are you comfortable with, my friend? And he looks at the brewer.
I don't know how to answer that. Just gonna rub my eye a little bit. I do better in the darkness.
I'm inclined to agree with the darkness.
I agree.
Balthor is still near you guys and is hearing everything you guys are planning. So he leans over and he goes, if you want to lay out so bad, why doesn't the two people that aren't wanted go check it out?
I agree. That seems like a wonderful idea. If only someone else had thought of it no more than 5 minutes ago.
I mean, surely the guards are clever enough to know our faces by now.
I mean, they seemed pretty set on me and Circos, so I don't know if they would have even seen you.
What about you, Brewer? You've been in this town a while. Do you know if the guards know your face?
My face doesn't matter.
I mean, if you want, we can do a pre-scout. If you really think the guards don't know our face, we can go in. But I still do think the best course of action will be tonight. And if that is the case, I think rope, nails, maybe a crowbar, and I'm gonna turn to the barkeep. If you guys have anything like caltrops or anything like that, would be excellent tools tonight.
Sorry, buddy. Halfway through his other cigar. If we had caltrops, I mean, it would be with the blackcoats, but I mean, we house them. This ain't their full hideout, so if they had any, I'm sure Jazera took them scouting. But you're in the crown jewel of the north. I'm sure you can find some caltrops.
Yeah, surely there's a smith somewhere nearby. And I'm gonna turn to Circos and Octavia. Maybe you go on a little shopping trip for supplies for tonight? Me and the brewer will pose as worshippers of Helm?
Yes, what do we need again? We needed the caltrops, we wanted a rope. What else?
Hammer and nails, maybe. Now that I'm thinking of it more, maybe hammering something wouldn't be the best idea. But if we find ourselves in a difficult
situation... Do you want pitons?
Pitons would work.
Okay.
Something that we can use just as an anchor, should we find ourselves in a bind. And I suppose me and the brewer over here should find something to make us look like we worship Helm. Do I know anything about Helm?
Religion check.
My religion's so bad.
Hey! So yeah, you know that Helm is basically the god of protection. And you would know that his symbol is a fist with an eye on it. What else do you want to know?
Would I know roughly what his... For some reason I'm thinking acolytes, but no, worshippers. Worshippers would, like, wear or look like? Would they just be, like, normal garbed people, probably with, like, an amulet or something?
Yeah, I mean, with religion, I mean, you would know that, like, I mean, it's an open church, so, like, there's worshippers, but then, like, there's people that, like, would work at the church, like, priests and stuff, which, with an 18, you would know that they usually have Priat, as, like, their titles. They're, like, Priat last name. But they usually, you would know that Helm worshippers, like, devotes, wear, like, a red, like, cloth garb with, like, the Helm symbol on it. But, I mean, there's also people that just, like, I mean, not as much these days, but there's people that just follow Helm that go to the church and stuff like that. And with an 18, you'd know that during the day, like, it's open doors and, like...
Well, we'll need some sort of, like, garb, probably. I don't think strolling in with my leather armor will be the best. I'm gonna look over the brewer. What do you wear again?
I've got a leather backpack and, like a knee-high. It's not a robe, but like a heavy canvas coat. It's like maroon. It's got patterns in it, and then brown pants and boots. Really straightforward. I've got leather gloves that are sort of fingerless, and they come up to my elbow. Like, you can't see any of my skin. You can't really see any of my skin aside from my neck and face.
You have a hood, right?
Yeah, it's down though.
I think the brewer's a little bit more well equipped for me. He doesn't look like he's ready for a fight like I am. So
no one sees me. No one's ever seen me.
Yeah, I think I'll need a cloak at the very least. Maybe I'll leave my spear here, see if I can get a shield or something. I feel like that would fit well. Do we think that's a good idea?
I think that would be best.
I'm gonna look up at the bartender because I forget his name.
Esmond.
Esmond, do you have any spare cloaks? Perhaps a shield? Any amulets to Helm here? I don't anticipate that last one at all, but...
He's like leaned back. Buddy, you're surrounded by a bunch of people with cloaks galore. I ain't the guy to ask.
Well, that's excellent.
Shields, I got drunk sailors and these guys who pay the bills. That's all I got, but, I mean, the gang's all here. And he just points, he like raises his hand and points, because there's basically all black coat gangs people around.
Well, maybe I can muster my shield, a shield from one of them, maybe in exchange for my spear. I feel like Helm worshippers would appreciate a shield more than a spear.
Considering that's what we're trying to steal, I would agree.
And I'm gonna stand up and start approaching this guy down here. Does he look like he has a shield?
No, he's a very large Genasi man who is like just waiting tables. He's like walking around.
What about this table down
that's
here?
Geode.
That table has Agatar, D, and Tristus, which is... You have not seen Tristus yet, but I'll tell you what, he does not look like he uses the shield ever.
Do the other two?
I mean, Agatar is like basically like a warrior, like kind of looking guy for a gang member, basically.
Alright, I'm gonna walk to that table.
Amanda, you want to play D again? I think you understand her. What she is.
Sassy bitch.
Oh yeah, you. So yeah, you head over, and you get like down here, and they're basically just talking, like muttering to each other. And the first time you see Tristus, he's very small, scrawny, like dirty, has like what looks to be like civilian clothes, but like with like just covered in like sort of like a dirty grime on them. And then he has like brownish red slick back hair and like a tiny like goatee.
Alright. I'm gonna approach and just kind of walk up a little bit slowly.
Yep.
If I may intrude.
If you must. And she just looks you up and down.
I will be doing some preliminary recon of this temple before my associates, since I am not known in these parts. And I am going to pose as a worshipper of Helm. So I was wondering if maybe you had a shield that I may purchase off of you? Or some garb as well? Like a cloak?
A cloak? I mean, we have plenty of cloaks, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes, that would be perfect if I can, like, purchase that off of you, or I can return it after the night.
He's not having my cloak. This is mine. And she
Why
just
would
pulls her.
Why would I give her your cloak? This guy's...
Yours?
I ain't giving him mine either, but I think we have some upstairs for the new recruits when they come in. I mean, we could probably just give you Tristus. He doesn't do any fighting, and he just like just
it might be a little
down in his
small
chair.
for him.
He's lucky he knows all the information around this town. No, this guy, I talked to him last night at the bar. He's pretty good. I can get you a cloak.
This one at least seems to have a bit of a brainstem within him, unlike the others we've seen so far. This one,
Rude.
a little bit of logic in this one. That's good to see. It's inspiring, really.
Well, I appreciate that. But yes, a cloak would be excellent. And do you know if you have any shields in the area that I may purchase?
I have a shield.
Excellent.
I have no use for one.
Well,
I lost you. Where'd your audio go?
Yeah, your audio's gone, Trav.
I'm cut out. Hi, Trav.
Did you unplug?
Rip Trav.
Did you
Oh,
accidentally
he
hit a
gone.
mute button?
He dead.
Wow.
Wow, sad.
Oh yes, you have a shield. I would love to purchase that from you.
Alright, it's time to test how good Trav is at charades.
Sure.
All fun and games till your mic just drops. I'm
Oh,
well
wait a
aware of it.
And there's
Where
no
am I
backup
going?
mic.
Elder God.
hello? Hello?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Just randomly stopped. That's my sign to buy a new headset, I guess.
Get this guy a job in IT.
Literally, all I did was I unplugged the dongle and plugged it back in.
Nice.
Hey,
That's
there you
all
go.
I love it.
IT
That's all it
baby.
takes.
Hey, my idea as an IT guy is just, well, you don't have a backup, you're fucked.
Now I forget what I was saying.
Asking for a shield.
Yes.
The guitar said he had a shield.
Well, may I purchase the shield off of you, or perhaps you know of a blacksmith who forged the shield that would give me a good rate for it?
I mean, it's up to you. If you want a shield full-time, then you're gonna have to buy one. But if you want one just for tonight, I trust you to bring it back if you give me something in exchange.
Well, yes, I have no intention of holding on to your shield. Perhaps I can give you my spear, and I hold out my spear.
Agathar slowly stands up. Can I see it?
Sure thing. And I hand it over to him.
And he like backs up and he like tosses it and like feels the weight of it, like spins it once. This is better than my shield.
Oh, I mean, if you'd like to do a trade, feel free.
No, that shield came from my people, so but if you want to use it tonight, it's all yours.
Oh, excellent. Well, that's got the shield squared away and some garb. The last thing, I'm not positive if you'll have here, but it would be useful. I'm looking for an amulet to Helm at all. Amulet, any sort of trinket, just something to try to show my devotion to him.
I mean, you're gonna have to find someone on the street for that. I don't think any of us are Helm followers. He doesn't have many followers these days. I think that's why they're bringing this artifact into town.
Yes, I was afraid of that. Well, maybe I'll run across a peasant in the streets or something like that that is willing to part with their amulet or figurine for a few gold pieces.
Yeah, I'm
Or-
sure.
Grab one without the exchange of gold.
It's true, I could do that. But that could draw attention, and I would prefer not to do that.
No simple snatch and grab, huh?
Now, coin has a way of quieting people.
Wow, it looks like I'm better at something than someone. Wow, Trista's gaining his confidence.
Well, thank you very much for the shield. I will be on my way, and I will return it tonight. When we return with the big shield.
I'll bring the cloak to you at the bar.
Thank you.
He gets up and starts walking upstairs with his javelin, just like kind of like feeling the weight more as he walks up.
And I'll head back to the bar, and I'll exchange my thingies. And I have to go kill a bug, so I'll be right back.
Hero.
And Mike's bugs. What's going on at that Reynolds household?
Unbelievable.
Okay, yeah, so he comes back, he has a shield now.
I was gonna turn to him and say, did you get cloaks for all of us?
We can wait.
Do. Playing D&D. Barry, did you get these yet?
No, but that sounds amazing.
They are very good. I forgot they were in my subscribe and save.
Extreme. There are
You
no
can find
crying
them
and
at
snacking.
Walgreens. Buy
I'm
one,
sure
get
they're
one
not
free
even
most
spicy
weeks.
though.
What'd you say?
We sell them at my work.
Oh, they're fucking awesome. I haven't tried any of the other ones, but they're
Are
really
they
good.
even spicy?
There's 3 different kinds, right?
They add up. Yeah, there's 3 different kinds. And this is the
I haven't
hottest
bought
one.
any of them.
They're
Those
not.
spicy ones too spicy for me.
I'd say, Barry, I compare it to like Ghost Pepper Yellowbird. Like, it definitely has that exact same flavor. And the heat's like Ghost
I've
Pepper.
made a bunch of them. Yeah,
exactly.
Start building up.
I think last time I had this, I ate them all in like maybe 2 nights, 2 sittings for that can. I don't know. They're very good.
I'll look out for them. Did you buy them in a store or on Amazon?
No, Amazon. I don't go to fucking stores.
Yeah, me either.
I only go to stores to get rare Bud Light seltzers.
Or orange cream Coors. Wow, here he is, the hero. He's back.
It was a fucking ladybug.
Oh,
They
wow.
suck. Fuck them.
Trying to kill ladybugs. Unbelievable.
I don't like ladybugs. Fuck them.
Wow. They do swarm. Alright, so you get back to the bar, Trav.
Alright. Well,
Circo turns to you as you approach. So, were you able to secure our cloaks for the group?
for the group. No one told me
Well,
about the
look
group.
at what I am wearing. I am not just going to leave this behind.
Well, I
And
secured a cloak for myself. They give them to initiates of the Black Hands. Perhaps when mine is brought before me, we can get you a cloak.
Did the other guy start walking upstairs yet?
He's coming down now.
So Circo's flags is like reaching out, flagging him down. My friend, come here. I heard from my friend Tarkin here that you were able to. You have extra cloaks, a cloak closet upstairs that you can get extra cloaks from. Is that true?
Cloak closet.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that is where I would store my cloaks.
We don't have a cloak closet, but I figured, I mean, looking at you, that you wouldn't want to stick out. And he throws 4 cloaks down on your lap.
Thank you very much for providing us all with cloaks.
They might stink a little bit, but they'll get the job done.
That will be
Thank you,
fine.
sir.
And he waves his hand over the one that he's going to wear and says prestidigitation to clean it up.
Well, prestidigitation. Beat that stupid name.
Do I have a black eye from when Senna punched me?
Black guy.
It's retconned. It's gone.
I can tell you that Octavia still has remnants of a black eye. Let's make a medicine check, and if it's bad, then yes, you have a black eye.
Damn it! It's a pretty good medicine check.
I mean, it's not like you don't have a black eye, but you definitely have like the outline is like a little red, but it's not like a full black eye. Where Octavia has like it's like black and blue, and it still.
Well,
because that was only like 3 nights ago.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I
had a black eye.
Yeah,
you hit yourself with your orb to go into the tavern. Don't you remember?
Nope.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that, and you did it. So you have a black eye.
Must have been a concussion.
Well, I have my shield. I have a cloak. I'm just hoping I can find some sort of amulet to helm. If not, I can go on without it. It's no big deal, but I just feel like it might help me play the part a little bit more. Perhaps there's a vendor around, or maybe some peasants walking through the street that would be willing to part with one. But other than that, I think me and the brewer over here, provided you're ready, can make our way over to that temple and see what layout we can get.
You're muted.
Why is this useful to me again?
Well, if we go into the temple, we'll be able to get a layout so we know roughly what we're doing when we get there tonight. So as of right now, we're just going in there blind. But they don't know our face. We can pose as worshippers of Helm and at least get an idea of what this place looks like. Maybe guard, something like that.
Pull out my coin bag and go, I have everything that I need already.
That's excellent. But yes, I would like to see if there's someone on the street perhaps that I can purchase this artifact from? Maybe a blacksmith has one.
You don't seem to understand.
I do
I
not.
don't think I need. I don't think I need to go.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can go on my own. I have no problem with that.
You were asking if I was able. I am able, but I don't need to go.
Well, what does everyone else think? Do they want me to go in and see what information I can derive from this place?
I think someone needs to.
I think it would be wise if we approach this with the buddy system, and we made sure that everybody had a buddy, and that way you have backup in case anything goes awry.
The buddy system, but to have a buddy.
Everybody has a buddy.
That way you have a buddy.
I mean, I've been on my own before. I have no problem continuing to be on my own.
So the brewer's not resisting. He just doesn't see value in it for him. It's a pretty simple pitch, I think.
Well, worst comes to worst, too. I get captured. Hopefully they hold me in this church, and you can free me upon you coming in, but I don't foresee myself getting captured, considering they shouldn't know me at this point.
Well, I think going into the temple without having an idea of the layout and who or what may be inside won't end well. So anything we can do, whether it's you, whether it's the brewer, whether we can recruit someone, as long as we get the information.
Yeah, I feel like the less ears we have on this operation, the better. Perhaps the brewery here can steal some of the stock of Helm's blood. I assume they have some sort of wine concoction in there. Maybe he would find useful in his brews. I know nothing about alchemy.
That much is clear.
But regardless, I am ready to head out on my own. I am fine with that. But I am going to look for an amulet real quick. I'm gonna slowly start to stand up. Split the party. Split the party.
I mean, we were already splitting the party. It's just how much we're splitting.
Yeah, with that, if nobody's gonna stop me, I might continue out to the street.
I would say if you are going to go alone, I will take the risk. I will go with you. I do not trust that this is something to be done alone, whether you are disguised or not. But I would urge, and he turns to the brewer, I would urge that you step out for fresh air. Maybe not sit in here toiling away with your chemicals and what have yous.
My chemicals and what have me's are what keep me alive.
Yes, they keep you alive, but maybe do it later today. Maybe when you come back from shopping, because that needs to be done. And this other one, the liar, she needs somebody to accompany her in the streets. Keep her safe from herself before she tells everybody the plan and what we are doing.
I believe that I can keep my mouth shut.
Well, you have not so far, so I think that is wise that somebody goes with you.
No offense, Circos, but I think I would prefer to be on my own than with you right now. I can talk my way out of me getting caught, but I don't think I can talk my way out of you being caught.
I would also agree that I think I would be better off going shopping on my own without pairing up with Circos. So
That is not happening. I can promise you that. We're not going to split up that much. If I am caught, I can find my way out of the situation. But you two are the ones that are being looked for. And the Blackcoats own this area, so you'll be safe, but I'd still much rather prefer you be together.
Looks up at whatever his name is again.
Rex?
Rex.
Or as Edmund?
No. The guy who just approached. It's Rex.
Oh, it's
right?
Rex. Yeah.
I had Ray written down.
No, it's Rex. Valdra.
Ray Donovan.
Ray Romano. Ray
I trust
Parmigiano.
everything's meeting up to your standards. I mean, as best as it can.
Yes, you
Yes.
have been quite accommodating. Thank you, Rex.
You guys have a plan?
I think I'm going to do some advanced scouting. They shouldn't know my face in this area yet, considering I just arrived here a few days ago, and I've never been here in my life. So I will pose as a worshipper of Helm. I will get into the church and get a rough idea of the layout. Then hopefully we will return later tonight and have an idea of where we're going. Because as of right now, we just have the temple itself. If we have a little bit of intel on the interior, I think that would be beneficial and worth the risk.
Not a bad idea. I wouldn't get caught, but I would hope you're not bringing one of these two wanted people. We can't protect them over there.
Oh, I very much intend not to bring either of them. I can talk my way out of the situation if the need arises, but with them, I don't believe so. They're very well known, it seems.
Just keep an eye on the Caravan Boys and the guards over there.
Anything you know about them that might be helpful to me?
Caravan Boys?
Yes.
I mean, they mostly make all their money off of the stores all over in the South District. Got their hands in all their pockets. I mean, with that new muscle, that's the thing, is like, that church has that new muscle now. Don't know who they are, so I don't know. I feel like they've been pushed out a little bit. They don't have that territory on lockdown like they usually do, so that might make them more agitated. So if they see someone walking around with a black cloak on, might push a button.
Oh yeah, is this cloak black?
I was going to ask
hand
earlier.
Black.
I got derailed. It doesn't have the hand print on it though, right?
Yeah, no, just black.
Okay.
Well, what do the common folk in this area wear? Are they wearing more of like brown clokes or rags?
Common folk don't wear. I mean, they just wear their clothes. I mean, we're the dock ward, so hard-working people mostly live down here.
What about
Yeah,
me?
sailor workers.
What about me in my garb right now? I have leather armor on, but it's
Yeah, you look
Sailor.
like the average person. You don't look.
So do you think I'd
Yeah,
have more
stick
success
out.
in this than the black cloak?
I think the black cloak could help you at night, but I don't necessarily think. I think it might paint a little bit of a painting on your back.
Well, that is very helpful, because if I had walked in there with a black cloak, it might have been a little bit more difficult. So perhaps I will leave that here with you three for when I return.
And what are the other three doing?
I look over.
We have some shopping to do. Basic general goods, rope, caltrops, ponds.
You need three of you to shop?
Yes, apparently it takes 3 of us to go shopping for a pittance of goods.
I don't think we need all 3 if you have other tasks that are required.
No other tasks, but I'm paying you. So, Am I paying you 3 to go on a shopping spree?
Well, if it will let us get supplies so that we can steal the item that you are paying us to steal.
You what? Points at the brewer.
I'm not going shopping.
And what are you doing?
I don't think that is information that you need to have.
You're in my territory. I think it is information I need to have. I'm paying you.
He's kind of like uneasy and not really sure how to interact with this dude because he's kind of scary and not really used to confrontation.
Yeah, he's not happy when you said that.
Everyone's just kind of leaning away from the brewer right now.
I'm paying you to get a job done. That was the deal.
It sounds like my friends, and I like check to make sure I use the right word. My friends are gonna get the job done, and I can give them some things if they need it.
You plan to just sit in my bar on my money?
Oh no, I can go somewhere else.
What the fuck am I paying you fuckers for? Well, we're watching you, so I don't know where you're planning on going. But you know all the guards. I know these two, the shiny one and the
Pretty one? Thank you.
bruised one, are heavily wanted. But you don't think that they know all your faces well enough?
He looks over at the brewer, looks back at Rex. This face, you think this is recognizable, this brewer?
Believe me, there's enough gangs all through this town that they know a bounty when they see it.
So
I'm not worried about him being discovered. I've seen what he's capable of, and he can make himself unrecognizable.
So like, if I, as an aside, so the brewer talked himself into 50 gold, and that's all he really cares about because he needs the 50 gold to make the thing that he's making and
Drugs.
make chemicals. Yeah, well, sure. And like beyond that, doesn't see any utility in helping the group. It probably wouldn't be that hard to convince him that he's useful or it's in his interest to help. But like it's like super short-sighted practicality all the time.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
in Rex's point of view, he's paying a lump sum for a job, so he's very. Yeah.
I meant more for the.
Oh, okay.
The party.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, I don't have. I'm able to go. I'm perfectly able. I'm perfectly capable of helping. I don't see any reason to. I already got my 50 gold.
I think all four of you need to shore up this plan because I got a lot of money riding on it.
Oh, I believe the plan is a good plan.
And if you get caught, who gets you out?
I won't get caught.
Wow.
You said the guards in this area know my face? I've only been here but a few days.
I'm saying that they've seen. You don't think that through all of that, through all the shit you brought this ward last night, that they didn't get a glimpse of you enough, that if they looked at you long enough, that they wouldn't be able to notice who you are?
Maybe one guard.
We're not in a small town. We're in the biggest city of the Sword Coast.
Yes, but how accurate can the description of maybe one or two guards really be?
I mean, play your cards, man. I only paid you squibble at this point. I didn't pay you.
I'm noticing a DM grin there, so I'm wondering if maybe you shouldn't be doing this.
I'm just playing Rex.
I am
Well,
fine to continue on.
Do what you will, but I'm just saying we don't have that territory right now. We have no way to get you back. You'll have to rely on your friends at that point.
That's fine. They seem like a trustworthy enough bunch.
You will not be going alone. Let me say that. It is either I, or Octavia, or the brewer who will be joining you.
I would argue against the two people
Oh, I understand that.
that are wanted probably going around together, but if you stick to the dock ward, you should be fine. Yeah, I can't control those flaming fists. I hope you know that.
I
They're
understand
not from
that.
here.
Yes, but we have a very stubborn alchemist in our crew, so.
Well, while you're in this ward, we got our eyes on you.
I'm sorry, Rex. Could you remind us what the final sum of payment is once we deliver the shield? Maybe that will give our friend the motivation that he seems to require.
I gotta see it before I give you actual sums.
Yep, I tried.
But this is a legendary artifact that we are searching for. This has to be hundreds, if not thousands, of gold.
Yes.
Yes, the item itself, I understand that, but the job itself, at least a few hundred gold, I assume.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The brewer looks up for half a second and looks at Circus out of the corner of his eye. Looks back at what he's doing.
Circus looks over at him. This does not interest you? This sum of money?
With that amount of money, I think I can finish her.
Her?
Never mind.
Well, I believe we have a job to do, and if we are going to do it, we will be rewarded handsomely. Our friend Rex here says that he promises to give us a wealthy sum of money, so I think it is in our best interest to make sure this job goes according to plan.
Never been handsome.
I mean, with your abilities to disguise yourself, I'm sure at least once you've been handsome.
Not once.
Disguises everything but his face.
Always ugly.
Just pink eye constantly.
ABU, always be ugly.
It's true. There probably is a certain level of unattractive that doesn't draw your attention. So
yeah, you can't be too pretty or the attention gets drawn.
Yeah, you have people from foreign lands wanting to make you a child bride, possibly sell you into slavery of some sort.
I'm gonna say one
It's
last
hard being
thing
pretty.
before I leave. Doing a hell of a lot to make sure you guys are safe in this ward. Please do not underestimate what we will do to you if it was for naught. Good luck. And he walks by.
Well, that was certainly ominous.
I think it is wise that if somebody is paying to protect you, that you return the favor to them, in whichever way they prefer. It makes sense to me. We do not betray their trust.
Well, Brewer, are you on board? Do you want to parade ourselves around as worshippers of Helm? I will do all the talking. You just need to be there.
Just go. Make sure he does not get taken.
I just need a secondary meat suit.
Usually the best practice is not drawing attention to yourself.
Well, I'm not going to draw attention to myself. But if
You
the
said-
need arises, I
You
will...
said parade.
Perhaps spoke in a bad manner.
You said great.
We will still be subtle.
He just nods and starts packing his stuff. Gets his little table.
How does that table work?
I want to see the AJ drawing of him with the table so bad. That fucking little table.
I want like a mid-action shot of him like unfolding the table.
I honestly, the way I envision the table is from the fucking guy from Grandma's Boy with his fucking, was it Grandma's Boy? No, it was Silicon Valley. The guys that had the chair that attached to their fucking legs.
Oh, and they fall back on it.
They fall back and the legs extend. So it's just this table. He leans forward. It just extends from.
I picture it as the the guy with the folding chair that like pulls the folding chair out and then sits down with popcorn.
No, Silicon Valley, way nerdier. Like a go-go gadget table.
It's dirty.
Alright, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to head out into the streets, start making my way towards this temple. Maybe, hopefully, encounter a few shops along the way, or walk through some crowds of people, see if I can acquire some sort of pendant to Helm.
Do you have any means of distance communication, some way to alert us if you do get caught?
No.
Okay. Well,
I think
best of luck.
we should assume if we do not rendezvous at the bar at a certain time, then we should assume then the worst has happened.
Yes,
you should find out if they have hours. Make sure that they don't close. Or if they do, that's also good to know.
Yeah, I believe if we're not back by nightfall, that's probably some cause for concern for you two.
So you said it was 8 when we started, right? So it's probably like noon now after all that discussion. Oh, not noon. It's like...
It just felt long. It's only 8:03.
No, it's like 9:30. Oof.
At
Well,
night.
Brewer, shall we be on our way?
Split the party, nothing bad will happen.
Ah, but you didn't... It's not split so fine that Carrick gets taken.
Uh,
Alright,
How would that have happened? Who would go out by themselves into a...
Who would go by themselves into a lovely spa and have nothing happen? So you start here. So let's do, because it's easier first, let's do Tarkin and Brewer, because you guys aren't stopping other than, I'm sure, if you're looking for like artifact or something from peasants or something on the way. So, alright, so you basically walk out on Adder Lane. It's morning, so it's like you see stalls starting to open down on like the streets. Like you can see all the way down like gut alleys, like starting to get like just like food stalls, like out street stalls, and then like Fish Gut Court is just like all like fish sales and stuff for the dock. So you're on Adder Lane. What are you doing?
So I'm going... Brewer, I think the best course of action is to just head for the church now. I'm just gonna kind of keep my eye out along the way, see if I can identify some maybe amulets or pendants to Helm. Maybe there's some side shop that I can quickly wander into and purchase something from. It's not 100% necessary, but I think having it wouldn't hurt, should someone question our faith.
Alright, so you guys are gonna go walk through the dock ward, right?
Yeah, pretty much make our way
Downtown.
through like wherever we see the most shops, like downtown, but going in the direction of the church.
So the dock ward doesn't have like necessarily a downtown. It has like segmented shops as you go. So I mean, if you're basically making a straight shot for the dock and you're like just keeping an eye out for stuff, you're basically going like down Adder Lane and like to Snail Street, which is like a big street. So I mean, when you get to Snail Street, are you looking for like people with helm stuff?
Yeah, the whole time I'm walking, I'm looking for like a peasant or just a priest walking by that has like a pendant or an amulet, a keepsake, a trinket, like anything that would resemble helm.
Make a perception check. So you get to Snail Street, which has a lot of people on it, and you look around and you do see like 2 or 3 people together, like walking down the street, like looking at like the stalls, and they have robes on.
How far away are they?
They're like 15 yards away from you.
Okay.
15 feet away from you.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to quickly check something. I'm going to move my hand in a motion. Drakator, I don't know Eldritch, and cast Minor Illusion to make blood start to run down my face from my nose, like I have a bloody nose.
Jesus.
And I'm gonna approach the 3 robed people. Excuse me.
Yeah, you seem to be bleeding.
Can I tell if they're with helm?
Make a perception check again. Right now, you can't tell now.
Okay. Yes, me and my colleague over here were walking through the alley, and he was shopping for some fish over on a corner stall, and I got mugged by a couple of people. They punched me in the face, and they took my amulet of helm and some gold of mine. I was hoping you had any amulet or anything that I could get from you, something like that. I feel naked without it. I feel like I'm going to be mugged some more.
He looks at her friend. They're still supporters of Helm?
Yes, he gives me protection.
Oh, sorry. And she hands out an amulet, and it's a circle with a sun on it.
Oh, well, thank you. I guess this may help a little bit.
Dear, you're gonna have trouble finding Helm supporters, but if you're gonna look for them, they're gonna be closer to the South District, the South Ward.
Well, that's excellent. Maybe I can head over there and get some help from someone over there.
Alright, well, nice to meet you. I hope you find your amulet, and I hope Helm's there for you. Doesn't seem like he does that these days, as she walks by.
Thank you. And I'm going to gesture to the brewer to continue to follow me, and I'm going to start walking forward, and I'm just going to let the blood, like, disappear from my face as I get, like, probably 30 feet away from them.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm not like walking right next to you. Just like it's habit for me just to be like 5-10 feet back and off one of your shoulders.
Yep. So you guys are like fighting. It's like around like 10:30 now. As you guys come down like Snail Street, busy street, running like you're like kind of bumping people. You see like a couple of guards as you guys get down to Fillet Lane, and they just like look at you, but that you see them like head nod, like totally aware of who you are, but like they just nod at you as they walk by, and you head down Fillet Lane to the Way of the Dragon, which is ginormous street. There's kids playing. There's like people like performing, like jesters and stuff performing in like the street. Tons of people now because it's like 10:45ish. And on the other side, you see guards right here. And if you looked at your map, you would know that that is the southern ward.
Is the temple right there as well, or is it?
Looking at your map and where you are, you would know that the temple is over here.
Okay. We should hug the dock ward side of the road as we head up. I'm just gonna turn back. Also, is there a name, even a fake name, that I can call you for this meantime? I feel like Brewer is gonna be a little weird should someone overhear us.
Like a pretend?
Yeah, pretend name.
What would you call me if you could call me anything?
Not sure. Maybe
Joshua.
I can't think of a name right now for some reason.
Do it. Rack your brain.
Dareth? Dareth? Darius?
Dariax?
Dariax.
Dorian?
What about Darius?
The brewer doesn't love that.
What else? Frankfurt?
Have you never named anyone before?
I have not named anyone ever in my life.
Maybe we don't start now.
Well, what would you prefer me to call you? I advise heavily against Brewer.
The name is nothing to me.
Kem?
Kem?
Kem.
I like that.
Alright, I'll call you Kem for now
touching
on
moment.
Kem.
Yeah.
All right. PHEM.
Right.
I
think I can help out with the Pam situation.
KEM.
Yeah, KEM was what I was thinking.
All right, so you're hugging the Way of the Dragon streets. Are you trying to be stealthy at all? Or are you just trying to like walk normally across right now?
Probably walk normally, like try to blend into the crowd.
Okay. Since neither of you are technically like very wanted or anything like that, you have no problem. Like, were you trying to like go up to here?
Yeah, pretty much get close to the temple.
Yep. So when you get up there, you see like small like alleys in here that have less very dark alleys and a bright light, basically, going into that district.
Do we see the temple from where we are?
You can see like the top of it. It's like a rounded dome.
Well, onwards towards the temple. See it up there. Think we should take the just normal path instead of keeping to the alleys.
Alright, so if you're going to go the normal path and you're avoiding these guards, then you're going all the way up here.
Oh. So it's actually like a far detour.
Yeah.
Alright, in that case, what do you think? Should we enter the alleys here? I'd rather not have to go all the way around. I'm sure many people take shortcuts. Well, onward then, and I'm gonna start heading towards the alley. Hoping that it leads to this church.
Stop. Stop. Alright. I'm not gonna draw it. So you cut into the alley. Are you just walking into the alley?
If I believe that it leads to the church, yes.
Okay, so make a stealth check at disadvantage, both of you.
Beautiful.
Is it control?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, you go through the alley, but you feel like someone saw you. You like feel like eyes were on you, but that's really it. And you make it through the alley, and we'll hold it there. All right, Turcos and Octavia, you leave the tavern and you're on Adder Lane. It's basically 10:30 for you guys as you guys come out.
Well, I suppose we should find a general store. And I'm going to start walking off in this direction, down towards Ship Street.
This is nice. It's like a bonding moment for you two.
No.
Circos has his cloak on, and he's already tucked away all his rings and everything, and his earring and all that stuff, and just laying low. And he follows about similar to the brewer, off the shoulder, like 10 feet behind.
So as you walk, you do see a place directly across the street on Adder Lane that has basically like a rope and a knot on the it's just like a sign that has a rope and a knot directly in front of you.
Perfect. They should at least have some rope, and I will enter this shop.
The rope store.
So when you enter, a little bell rings and a stout dwarven man, red hair braids down from his beard, comes over, and he's back where he was. Basically, was like the three strings of the rope being twisted into like a big thick dock rope, like a boat rope. And he kind of was like turning it to twist it tight into a sealed rope and like glues it with a brush of glue to keep it all tightly woven. And he walks over. Hey, what can I do for you?
Are you in the store as well, Circos?
Yeah, Circos followed in like shortly thereafter, and is like not necessarily like with Octavia, but like kind of browsing the shop separately and just listening in.
Yes, I was just looking for a few supplies. I can see that you have some rope. How much would it cost to get, let's say, 50 to 100 feet's worth?
Hold on, I'm just trying to see if I can get into the plutonium freaking thing to see prices, so I don't have to look at a book.
I can search for them. Hempen rope is 1 gold per 50 feet. Silk rope is 10 gold.
Okay, so you said you needed rope for like hempen rope, silk rope. What kind of rope do you need?
Hempen rope is probably fine. Something climbable.
Climbable, yeah. I mean, I can easily get that for you. How much feet would you need?
What's the longest rope that you can provide?
I mean, my ropes are 50 feet each, but I mean, you can tie them together.
Yeah, then just 2 things of 50 feet of rope would be wonderful. I was also wondering if you had any batons or something else of a similar fashion to aid in climbing.
I mean, we have like nails and stuff for the docks and stuff. If you needed something to nail something down, but climbing gear, not necessarily. We basically support the docks.
Do you know of anywhere around the docks that may have that sort of gear?
Probably more adventure geared kind of tavern store.
Do you know what direction that may be in?
I mean, there should be some as you walk down to the south ward, or if you go up to the central ward. I mean, we're kind of, you can go to the south ward, go to the shopping district, you'll find a lot more places, but...
Well, okay. Then I will purchase the 2 things of rope, and I will be on my way.
Alright, 2 gold.
Here you go.
And he just slams down the 2 things of rope.
Octavia slowly struggles picking them up, and she kind of gets an arm through one, another arm through the other, and is just carrying these spools of rope. Like when you're trying to bring all of the grocery bags in at once, and you've just got them like all the way up your arm. That's how she walks out of the store. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem at all.
And as she's leaving the shop, do I see any hammers in the shop?
Yeah, see hammers.
So, just guessing just up on a display or something, but grabs one and brings it up to the counter. And how much would this simple hammer run me?
It is 1 gold.
1 gold? That can be done. And he flips a gold piece to him.
I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, my friend. And he walks out with his hammer.
Okay. So when you walk out, you don't see Octavia. You make a perception check.
You see Octavia just kind of poking her head a little bit from around the corner of the building. Did you get what you needed?
Well, yes, I got what you forgot. And he, like, walks towards the corner of the building.
I thought
We needed a hammer as well if we were to utilize any nails or batons or whatever we were going to buy.
I thought we had determined a hammer would be too loud for our purposes. But
how else are we going to
clearly,
drive any batons
adventurer
or nails into whatever we are doing to secure this rope? Then why are we buying batons and nails?
We haven't bought batons or nails yet.
Why were you asking about them then?
I was just wondering if they had them.
Oh, this is just your grand plan. Ask about things we don't need.
It's always nice to know where I can find things. Well, since you seem to know everything it is that we need, where should we go next?
I have a list. It is hammer, baton, caltrops, and rope. We have gotten 2 of these things. We need caltrop, we need batons, or we need nails, or we need whatever we need to secure this. But what are we going to do with this rope? On a temple. We are just going to. What are we going to tie it to on the outside of a temple?
You have never climbed a building and
have you climbed a building? You do not look like you have climbed a building before.
I have climbed plenty of buildings. I mean, technically, it was just like 1 or 2 buildings multiple times, but. You know, I think that is enough.
Then lead the way to the building climbing supplies. Thank you.
Well, yeah.
My favorite.
Piggy is going to slowly lumber away with the ropes on her shoulders.
Not going to do anything to help.
Somewhere down in this direction.
Where'd you click? Sorry.
Down towards like Net Street, like in just kind of wind down in that direction, trying to find any other shops.
Maybe they sell nets.
Okay, net street. Okay. It's
Why did you think that?
so. Can you make both make separate? I'm sure probably make separate perception checks or give one advantage.
Separate.
Yep.
Perception, right?
A solid +0. Nice.
Natty daddy.
Wow, natty. All right. So as you guys are walking down the streets, you don't see anything for a while until you actually get to Net Street. While on Net Street, you do notice that you walk by a tavern called the Hangman on the corner of switching between these two things, man. Right here. And as you turn the corner, funny enough, you see a sign with a gigantic net on it. And then written on the net says Merluke Nets and Notwear.
I haven't seen anything yet.
No, yeah, it was Circa who sees it.
So he looks up at that sign, calls to Octavia in front of him because he's following her.
No, I was having you lead the way. So we were probably just constantly like adjusting our pace so that someone else was in front.
Until one of
Anyways,
you,
he
like,
points
you
at the
stop walking.
sign. He points at the sign. How about this shop? Nets and ropewear or whatever have you. This might have the goods.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to check.
Can you both make perception checks with disadvantage as you stand outside of the net place?
Yeah!
Yes!
Super bad.
Hey, at least you have a plus modifier. I just got flat rolls.
Octavia, as Circo's kind of focused on getting into this netwear place, you kind of notice that you guys are near the edge of the dock ward, and you see the large street of the Way of the Dragon.
Mhm.
And on the other side, you get a glimpse of guards, like, stacked up. So you guys are right here.
Oh, I thought you said the shop.
No,
was
no,
down
you
here.
went around the corner, then you went right here.
Oh.
So
Yeah, I thought you said the shop was right here on the corner.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
well-
Relax. You just get a glimpse of guards across on this big street, on the other side of it.
where you have the circles, or like directly across the street.
Like up here, like not like directly. Like there are guards right there, but like there's just like people, like guards walking and like kind of stationary over here.
Is the road busy enough that, for the most part,
You can't, with the 7, you can't tell anything other than you see like guards on the other side of that street.
Okay. Well, let's get inside, because we're near the edge of the dock ward, and there are some guards right over there. And she'll kind of back through the doorway with her arms full of rope.
Just duck in the shop behind her.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go to the other guys. So you guys walk through that tight, like dark alleyway, and on the other side you see light, and basically you see a pretty big open area, and you see Helm's Hall just standing there. I have a handout that kind of shows the southern ward. So the southern ward's a lot more like cobblestone, stuff like that, less nicer than the dock ward. But basically, you see an open area. Like, think of like where this stadium is like the. I don't have like a picture of like the Helm's Hall specifically, but it's like an open courtyard, and then Helm's Hall's sitting right there. It's like a rounded temple, and you notice. Can I perception checks on both of you?
Very perceptive.
So as you like leave the alleyway, well, you get to the edge of the alleyway, like the light shining through because it's such a small. Like you guys had to like kind of go lean a little bit to your side to get through it. Kind of blinds you, Trav, so you don't really get a good look. But Kem over here is used to being in the dark. His eyes adjust differently than yours, unless you have something else for that.
No, I got nothing.
He can point out, he can pick out that there are, in front of that Helm's Hall, there are 2 guards. Not city guards, but like, they're like dressed in like red, like garb. And they're like soldiers with, spikes. I think they have, no, they just have swords and shields. Not spikes. I was thinking of something else. Are you gonna do anything to get out of that dark alley?
Is the street like in front of me?
Yeah, like you guys are basically in that. You're still in that dark alley, like one after each other. But it's bright in front of you in that courtyard, the open courtyards in front of you.
I'm just following
Grand Marth Tarkin.
Tarkin. Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk out into the open from the alley.
Okay. Okay.
All right, and then I'm gonna start walking up towards the church.
Yep. So some of you won't be able to see, but you two will be able to in a second. Alright, can you see now?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you guys walk out into the alley, into the courtyard from the alley. And because of the perception roll, Josh, you saw guards at the front of the temple here. I know you probably can't see them right now with your human vision, but you saw them in terms of perception.
Okay. I kind of put my hand on Tarkin's shoulder and point to where I think the guards are, and that would be extremely weird behavior, Tarkin.
Do you know these guards? Have you seen them before?
No.
They're certainly different than the rest.
It's weird behavior because I don't touch people.
Well, I'm gonna walk into the temple. Hopefully they don't give me too much trouble, but unless you have opposition to that.
No.
And I'm gonna continue walking forward towards them. Well, towards the temple.
Josh, are you staying, or are you? What's your plan?
I'm just following him.
Like like a little bit back, basically.
Yeah, I'm like doing the minimum. I'm like barely interested in being there.
So you come across the entrance to the temple, and the 2 guards stand. And they just basically look at you.
Have I seen other people like walk into the temple?
No, you have not seen anyone walk into the temple now.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up. Is the Temple of Helm open today?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Well, in that case, I am going to head inside if that's alright with you fine gentlemen.
Can you make a perception check? Fine with me. Josh, you just look like yourself right now, right?
Yeah, I think so. Tarkin's got the robes and stuff on.
No, I ended up
No.
opting against it because
Oh yeah.
it was a black
I
robe.
just your
Yeah.
overall looks a little different. I'm not saying any. I'm just asking like what.
No, I'm trying to just. I'm just thinking if I would need to like feel the need to disguise myself, but I don't think so.
So they like look at you, Trav, and they nod, and they look at Brewer or Chem. Do that. What's with all the garb on this one? Because you have your table and stuff like that, right? Like on your body.
Oh, yeah, they're just. I'm a candlemaker, and I like
Candlemaker.
look at Tarkin, like give him a little wink.
Can you make a perception check?
Me?
What did you
Perception,
just call it?
Not perception, persuasion. Sorry.
persuasion.
What did you just call it, Josh?
Call what?
Why did it look like a 20?
Your stuff.
He's a candle maker.
I'm a candlemaker. Why would that's like a perfectly reasonable person to be going into a church, I think.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
You don't look like much of a candle maker. The other one chimes in.
What does a candlemaker look like?
We've had candles made here.
Yeah.
Have we though? Yeah. I don't think they look as dingy as this one.
See, you must be mistaken because he is not a candlemaker from Waterdeep. He's a candlemaker from Ruathim Island to the west of here.
Island? Huh. And you know of Helm?
Yes, we are visiting this area. We came in on the ship not but this morning.
Persuasion check.
Oh no, I popped up my thing. Where'd it go? There it is. The old specializing charisma and roll terribly.
People come from everywhere here.
The city is
You say he's a
splendor.
candle maker from another island, I guess. I mean, who is Helm to oppose any followers these days?
Yes, we're just looking to thank Helm for his protection on our journey here.
Well, go ahead in. The Pryats are in there.
Thank you. And
I'll let you guys walk a little bit in here.
Boop.
So as you guys walk in, a priest stands in the front and goes, "Welcome. Great to see more followers coming."
Yes, thank you. We've just arrived to town and we're hoping to pray to Helm.
I'm sure he will hear your praise.
I've talked to a few along the way. Is there some issue with Helm in Waterdeep these days?
Well, during the Sundering, he was lost. But he is back. And he's trying to regain fellowship.
Well, he never lost my fellowship. And I'm going to continue to just walk forward.
Okay.
Always a buddy.
So as you walk around, you basically see that this church is pretty empty for like 11 to 11:30 during like you saw like the rest of the city coming in, like the city's bustling, tons of stuff, and there's just like a worshiper over here, one over here with a priest like talking, but it's like empty, and that this temple like is smaller than other temples that you've seen. Oh, you haven't really seen because you haven't been to Waterdeep, but
Yeah.
but even like compared to like anything at the Purple Rocks would have for a temple, like this is like the same size in a city like this. It's kind of alarming.
Just gonna hang out right here.
Okay.
I'm just gonna continue heading up this way because
Yep.
I assume I believe there's some place to pray up here.
Oh, you're still going? Okay, I'm going to then.
So when you get into like this main room, there's a big altar up here, and there's a priest just reading from it, and there's like a big up here on the walls. There's this big painting of Helm, and these two statues are also of Helm, and they basically look like this, but without the hand out.
Look at that eyeball.
But the statues basically are holding like these big candlelight torches on their hands. So like instead of the hand being out, the hand's open like this, and there's like a candle with a big torch on the top, right here and right here on both of them. And you just see this priest up here just praying, and like a big statue of like it's like a big metallic fist, like a gauntlet, and then it has an eye directly, the symbol of Helm, which is like an eye open right here.
Alright, I'm gonna make my way up to the altar, but I'm gonna stop like 10-15 feet away. She's praying right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's praying to basically this gigantic. She's praying. She has like a book out, and she's praying, and there's like a big painting of the symbol that she's like kind of looking at as she like looks down and looks up at it.
All right, I'm gonna try to like just hang out in the back until I think she's done with her prayer.
Okay. And Josh, you're sitting down. I have to take a piss.
Yeah, it's pickle
Yeah.
time.
Do we want to
go
do
ahead
a break
and,
right now?
do a break because I have to go to the bathroom.
I do too, anyways.
One's been so much just me making shit up. I have so little written, I've realized.
I wouldn't be able to come up with half of that stuff.
You need like 9 monitors for this battle.
Yeah, I struggle with my little dinky laptop. I have like half Discord and then like so many fucking tabs.
Yeah.
Half my screen's like Chrome that I'm using for Twitch and Foundry and fucking like everything. And then I have Discord up in the background too, because I have this video chat popped out.
Yeah.
I need another fucking monitor. But I just can't justify buying one.
For the VOD, because I hope Hannah watches this and gets to this point, these aren't good. I don't get the hype. The lightly salted lays.
That was all the hype at our parents' house.
No, I know. They have terrible structure. They're very structurally unsound chips.
They're very crumbly compared to the other ones. And they're like the same amount of salt as the other ones too.
I just
They're not
love
like
kettle
this.
cooked. I'm a kettle cooked
Yeah.
guy. I need the crunch of a chip.
Well, there was like that whole thing
Yeah,
where Sam was
crunch.
like, "Oh, see, everyone likes it." I'm like, it was like the only chip we had available. Of course, you put like any kind of chip in front of people, like they're usually gonna eat it.
For some reason, Ariana
Yeah.
loves them, but she bought 3 bags of them over the span of like 3 weeks, and then she hasn't touched them since. So we had 3 opened bags.
Feel that? They were probably on sale. I don't blame her. You don't like to run the same food into the ground and then get completely sick of it?
But I'm trying to crush them so they don't go to waste. Just
Sprinkle them on top of ice cream.
Put them in a sandwich.
They're good. Yeah, that works too.
She also bought French onion dip. These are not dippable. They'll break the second you put them in any resistance.
No, yeah. No, they're super flimsy. I'm gonna put that in Lord of the Rings chat, but this one's for everybody.
Lord of the Rings chat?
Yeah.
Oh, is this on the other secret Discord?
Oh, that's mine.
This is a secret
The
Discord.
secret
Double
Discord
secret.
was like the first Discord in reality, because we had that Discord so long. That's Travis's Discord. I wasn't even on Discord. Travis made that one.
I made that one when we moved over from Curse Chat, which is now Twitch
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going for mango. I normally don't like mango, but normally I like artificial mango.
White Claw?
Interesting.
Oh, is that what you're drinking? Yeah, White Claw.
I have the ruby grapefruit one. It's really fucking gross.
Oh, really? I like that one.
You do? You want it? You want to trade?
Yeah. These two were
Okay.
good. Oh, I wasn't even done my strawberry. I still have some in there.
No, I've literally had this one open for like
I
45
had
minutes.
these two today. I like these ones. Blackberry especially, because I love blackberry things.
Blackberry, strawberry are both good. Pineapple's fine. Mango's been in all of them. Like, mango's not a new flavor.
Yeah, I feel like I've had mango
Yeah, one of
before.
those.
I also got
I just got the
Shipyard
basic
Pumpkinhead because I was very upset with the seltzer. Well, I wasn't upset with it. It just I drank it and I was like, I just want a Shipyard Pumpkinhead. I don't want this seltzer.
Wait, Pumpkinhead has a seltzer?
Yeah, they made a Shipyard Pumpkinhead seltzer, but
I saw friggin'
It's
Arizona
fine.
Green Tea has their own seltzers.
really, I saw what's that brand?
We saw them at my work. I was like, I might buy that.
You know that brand Ice that makes the flavored waters?
Oh, yep.
I saw they had a seltzer today.
Ooh,
God.
interesting. I
We
think
sell
those were very
seltzers. I don't know about the
flavorful seltzers.
alcohol ones. Though.
I like the Ice just flavored water. I just generally don't buy flavored water, but Ariana's parents normally has them.
Liz just picked up a thing of the Willie's Super Brew hard seltzer.
What's Willie's Super Brew? I haven't heard of that.
They
That's Super Brew
do.
before.
They had other ones that I liked more. That were less like seltzer and more like juice. These ones aren't bad. They're like inspired by cocktails. So this one is mint and lime, and it's like mojito. There's a pineapple jalapeno one that is supposed to be like a
Keep
spicy
that.
margarita.
For some reason, I've been really craving an old-fashioned, but a maple syrup old-fashioned.
Ooh.
That sounds good. Anything with maple syrup, though.
But I need to
Sounds
buy
good to
whiskey.
me, so.
Might branch out. Maybe I'll try some new whiskey. I've heard 4 Roses is good.
4 Roses is fine. I didn't know Sazerac was owned by Buffalo Trace.
Is it? Yeah, I need to go to the liquor store. I'm long overdue. I need to get whatever you guys get to make spritz. What is that? Aperol and Chardonnay?
Prosecco.
Oh, Prosecco. Do I have Prosecco?
Prosciutto.
I have a wine
And
underneath.
then you need club soda too.
Now, does the prosciutto go in the
Italian one.
Aperol? Or
Just,
does the
yeah,
Aperol go
you
on
mix
top?
it with it. You use it as
Oh, like a
roll
straw.
it up and just...
Would
or
a-
you can, yeah, straw.
Would a
afterwards.
flavored seltzer work instead? Or would that be weird?
I mean, it wouldn't be I wouldn't be crazy. It just wouldn't be like. I mean, you can get Polar Club soda at any liquor store.
No, I just went to the grocery store. Oh, I can get them at the liquor store. Oh, actually, yeah, they have that section in the back.
Yeah, like tonic and club soda shit. I just get the
See,
big polar bottles.
I hate tonic water. You can't do it.
Don't you like gin and tonic?
Not really. Not a huge
No, I
fan.
thought you did.
I'll drink one, but if I were to go to a bar that had a lot of options, I wouldn't order one. I love Tom Collins. That's my gin drink. I'm obsessed with Tom Collins.
Tom Collins is good. They just, you can get them and they can get too sweet. People get too, like, insane with the sweetness on those.
I've never ordered one at a restaurant. I've only made my own.
Oh, yeah.
And normally I'll do them with like a flavored seltzer, so I'll have like a raspberry Tom Collins.
Gin and tonic's probably my... I would order that one a good amount. I like that one. It's just easy, but... The gin kind of cancels out the tonic, at least. I get, like, tonic by itself is...
That's why I can handle them. I can like drink them and be fine. It's just I don't like tonic water, so...
Same.
Just the hint of it, I can't do it.
I just realized that Tom isn't in this part, so we can continue.
Word.
So I just want to check, Brewer. Can you just tell me what's going on? Like, what have you done since Travis went up there? I noticed that you were sitting.
I just sat in the first row of the pews and watched him. Like it was sort of made clear to me that my job is to make sure that he gets out, like gets in and gets out. Other than that, I'm kind of just interested in, like I said, barely just doing anything, trying to.
Are you just sitting in the chair, staring at him, basically?
Yeah, not even really at him, just forward.
Trav, you stand there as the priest finishes up her prayer and like closes the book, puts it under her arm, and turns around and notices you. Oh, sorry, I did not see you standing there.
Oh, no problem at all. I didn't want to interrupt your prayer. You seemed to be going pretty strongly there, so I didn't want to interrupt. That was a very good prayer.
Thank you. Helm deserves it.
Yes, he does. I was just hoping to get some time up here to do a prayer myself.
Well, usually this is only for members of the church at the altar. You're welcome to sit down and pray.
Okay, that'd be excellent. I'll head back in this direction then, and I'll start heading this way. Just before I leave, as I like look up at like the statue and around at like the windows, can I tell anything like unique about the statue other than how it looks? And also, am I able to determine if the windows are ground level?
Yeah, perception check. Recon. The windows are not ground level. They're about, but they're not like super high. Like, they are about 10 feet up, and then they're big cathedral, like glass ones. The statue is just exactly like the other one. This hand and this hand are both leaning out with like these candles that light up the room, like from this area and this area beside like the light. And it's just the helm. On the other hand, he's holding a spear, and then there's just like a big eye on his chest of both of them, but they're identical. Above you, you can see like smaller light windows, like on the top, which is like a rounded dome. So that's where some of this light's also coming from. Like you get light from this window, but you're getting light in this like circle from the windows up above.
And there's no statue behind the altar, right?
No, just a painting.
Okay, a painting.
Like this wall has a big, large painting of the gauntlet with the eye.
And do I notice anything about the altar as I walk away?
No, it's very large. It's like the width of two people. Like the dynamics of how big it is compared to like the priest and you is like accurate for it. And it's lean. It's basically a big slate thing, and it's leaned up, and then or like it's leaned up so you could like put a book on top of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start heading back to the pew near the brewer.
You rolled a 13, right? Yeah, 13.
Yeah. I'm gonna sit down in the chair, and as I sit down, I'm just gonna like look up towards the painting of I almost said Lathander of Helm. And is the priest just still standing there?
She grabbed her book and she's going to walk over here and start talking to this worshiper.
I haven't noticed any relic yet, or anything like that, or any extra room, have you?
No.
You need to go helms deeper.
Perhaps it's under the altar, but
Get out.
maybe we should
Stand
look
by
at
it.
maybe we should go into like some of these side rooms, maybe examine the art on the windows around the room.
Okay.
I'm gonna go strike up a chat with these fellows down here, and I'm gonna start to stand up and start heading down in this direction.
Okay. You can go ahead.
And I'll walk up to them. Do they notice me as I walk up?
No. As you walk up, you see the priest, like, kind of like on one knee talking to this crying woman. And she's just whimpering as you can hear. Can you make a perception check?
I remember to use the toolbar on the left side that time.
What was it? Oh, 19. Your husband fought proudly and strong. He was a great defender for the realm. You need to fear not. Helm will take care of him now. As she is, like, consoling that crying woman.
As I walk up and get closer, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude."
Oh, hi. I'm sort of busy at the moment. How can I help you?
Oh, no problem. Continue on. She seems to have gone through a lot, much more than I have today. Helm Protector.
Home protector.
And I'm gonna start wandering over in this direction. There's a whole lot going on there I did not want to get involved in. But yeah, I'm gonna just start heading over in this direction towards this woman down over here. And as I'm walking through, I'm just keeping my eyes out. Is there anything more to this place than meets the eye of what I see? Like, I see windows and walls and I can't think of a pillar, like pillars all throughout the place, but like, do I see like anything that looks, I don't know, like secretive or like oddly placed?
You're like looking at the front, basically?
Yeah, just as I'm walking, I'm gonna like examine the pillars and I'm gonna like look towards the front doors. Just kind of looking for like anything that looks weirdly in place, like almost like it's trying to hide something.
Investigation. So as you like look around, you see that there's a lot of windows in this. They're all pretty big. They're all like 10 to 15 feet. And each one of them is like the eye or the gauntlet. But it's kind of like what is it? The church windows with the different colors. What are they called? I don't know.
Like a painted glass type thing.
Yeah, a painted glass, exactly. Cathedral windows.
Stained glass.
Yeah, stained glass.
Yeah.
So you see all that. And then when you look, like you kind of look around the room as you are in front of this like man just praying. You notice that there's just over in front of above the doors here is a candle. And as you look on this way, same windows like that. The other side, eyes in the gauntlet. Each of these pillars has like the gauntlet like marbled into like the edges on each side. But other than that,
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna approach this person here. Are they just praying as I approach?
yeah.
Sorry to bother you. Just hoping to make some acquaintances in this place. I'm new here.
Oh, I'm glad that you chose Helm. It's hard to get followers these days.
Yes, I've been a follower for Helm for a few years now, ever since I came from the Ruithim Islands.
Never heard of them, but are you a soldier?
Yes, I do my fair share of fighting here and there, but I'm kind of traveling the world right now, just trying to spread the word of Helm. Can you tell me anything about Helm and Waterdeep these days? I'm not very familiar with this area.
Well, we lost our god during the Second Sundering, and he's back, it seems. The church has let us thy known. The signs have been there. And I know that they are bringing an artifact into town. They might have already, I'm not sure. But they're supposed to use it to gather more followers and let people know that Helm has returned. The artifact would not work without his blessing.
Oh, well that's excellent. So, as far as you know, the artifact isn't here yet, but it's arriving?
I am unsure, I'm just a follower, but they are presenting it in 2 days, so I would imagine it's close, if not here already. I'm not sure, I don't work here.
Oh, yes, that's fine. This place seems a little bit smaller than some of the other churches. Is there any expansion planned for this place? Maybe it will bring in some more people if there's some new construction.
I'd imagine that's what the artifact's for, to get more followers. More followers, usually more donations, more leeway to build upon this land. Helm's Hall used to be a stunning monument, and now it's much less. This is only fragments of it at this point that have been rebuilt.
Well, that's great to know. I hope they expand it into the biggest temple in all of Waterdeep.
Something to shadow over Lathander.
Yeah, I agree. I come from an island, so it's a little bit different custom, I imagine, but normally we pray at the altar at the island. Is that not custom in this place? We pray at the pews?
They used to have smaller pews here, but now there's just the larger. You say that you would pray at the largest altar in the church, where they would have seminars?
Yes, we would take turns and we would go up to the altars and we would pray there. We weren't a very big church, mind you. I'm from Ruithim. It was a pretty small island. There isn't a huge Helm presence there, so I've done my best to expand it.
Well, here we don't have much, but that altar is where the Pryats pray the most. Specifically, Pryat Jazro, who leads this church. But other than that, I don't know what to tell you. It used to be bigger. I understand that it's not as enormous as you would expect for a god so strong.
Yes. Now, just one more question for you, if I can bother you a little bit longer before you go back to praying. How long do you normally stay here at night? Sometimes I get ravaged with night terrors, and I need to do some praying in the middle of the night. Is there any chance of me coming back here in the middle of the night, or do we close down in Waterdeep?
I believe that they stay open, but they might extend the guard. I know that they've bolstered their guard a little bit more these days with artifacts coming into town. But usually there's like one or two priests, or like or the two guards up front. But I mean, the doors are open.
Well, that's excellent. It'll help me get through these nights.
Well, I'm glad that you found Helm and he found you. He watches all.
I wonder
does
how much
watch
of
all.
that Night Terror's story was a little bit of truth sprinkled in.
The DM goes, "This god's watching everything."
He is called the Watcher.
Have a great rest of your night.
Aldrin
watch
about
over
to
you.
bust open that door because he follows Helm.
And then I'm gonna start heading back in this direction.
Okay. We're gonna go back to the store as you walk up to the brewer.
Yep.
Alright. You guys are at the net store. Specifically Murloc, Nets and Knotwear. As you walk in to see just a human female at the like the front desk. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I am his child bride, and we were looking for some supplies so that we could celebrate our nuptials.
Well, isn't that nice? Well, congratulations to you both.
Oh, thank you. Honey, my dumb young woman brain couldn't remember the list, so I will leave you to handle the rest.
Yes, we, he looks at Octavia, he looks back at the person behind the counter. We need, caltrops and batons.
Wow.
I still very much have
have.
the two giant things of 50-foot rope over my shoulders.
Just some sexy night planned.
I can't quite detect where your accent is from, but maybe this is more a ritual of your homeland?
Accent? What are you talking about?
Surely you can tell that we speak differently between you and I.
I have no such recollection of what you are saying versus what I am saying. We are saying the same thing, are we not?
Sort of, yes. So, caltrops, batons, that was it?
I believe so, unless, dear little child bride, is there anything else we are missing?
Oh, a net could always be useful. We could get a lot of use out of a net.
Yes, a net is very good. I could carry you in it. Turns back to the shopkeep with a smile.
And I lean a little bit closer to Circos. We could probably use some means of like distraction, maybe like ball bearings or some sort of explosives or smoke creator or a noise maker.
Looks at her.
Excuse me, miss, do you have anything that could make a lot of noise so that others don't hear us?
What kind of night do you guys have planned? Not necessarily, no. Not so much the explosions. Large noises, but I do have a climbing kit. Do have nets. The caltrops I'll have to look. I might have to charge extra for them. Are you interested in any of that?
I believe those would suit all of our needs.
I'll grab the climber's kit. So she puts like the climber's kit down and the net down, and then like starts digging underneath.
What else do we see sort of around this store?
I mean, it's basically, for the most part, it's majority nets. But you can see like she has like a small adventuring supply stuff, so like just normal swords and stuff like that. And then like some like gear, like clothing gear that's like for like outdoors stuff, like if you were going to like climb like rock walls or something like that. Like had it like warmer weather gear for the most part. But I mean, majority nets.
The other thing we could use, he often doesn't like to see my face. Do you have anything that I could possibly use to disguise my face so that it wasn't as much for him to look at? Almost make me look like a different person.
A makeup?
I don't know if that's. I don't know that that's really his style. I think.
I believe she is asking for do you have paper bags?
I mean, I could find you a paper bag, or makeup. I have makeup on me. I could sell you, but I did find some caltrops, but I only have 20 of them, and I'm gonna have to sell them for upkeep because I think I got them in a return, in exchange. Returns in exchange.
I'm also curious. Do you possibly have any slippers or soft shoes?
No, but if you looked around to find a clothing store, you might be able to.
Mm-hmm.
No. I have like, what are those snow boot things called?
Crampons.
Yeah, I have crampons.
No. I was
kind of
looking
the
for
opposite,
something-
but
Yeah.
we
what
don't
about
have
anything
much.
soft? Do you have anything soft or plush that someone could fall on or be thrown against without making too much noise?
Silk.
I haven't liked silk in the past. Well, okay. I will continue looking.
All right. Well, the climber's kit, the net, and the caltrops. I have a bag of 20. That will be 31 gold.
Circos looks at his child bride.
He doesn't allow me to keep any money for myself, so
my
I'm sure
child
he will...
bride, I gave you our purse. It is all yours. Please pay for it. And he goes and waits by the door.
I don't think you did. Clearly my delicate frame would not be able to reach it. Also, my very encumbered frame currently could not reach it. So I think that you will need to pay this time.
Are you not interested?
Oh, we are very interested, he calls from the door. My child bride has our purse. She will be able to pay for it.
Just kind of standing there with the two giant wraps of rope and is like trying to lean to like reach some coins but can't, and tries the other side.
She's very childish. She does not realize she can place the rope on the floor. She is very simple-minded.
And I just keep kind of grabbing, trying to like cross body grab, trying to like lean forward. And I'm just going to keep doing all sorts of movements that aren't paying. And then I'm going to lay down on the ground and give up after about 2 minutes.
I hope you guys have a great future, but if you're not going to buy this, I'm going to put it back.
And he walks over, picks up one bundle of rope, and walks back towards the door. You should be able to pay for it with the money I gave you in the purse, my darling.
While he is doing that, can I try and take money off of him?
Sleight of hand.
And I'm not necessarily trying to hide it from him. I just want to get the money.
It would be...
keep in mind, he has many, many pockets along his, like...
Do a... My lord. Do a perception check first to see if you spot it, and then we'll have the... So 15. You will spot it with a 15.
Wait. Who? What?
Me.
She spots your coin purse. That doesn't mean
Oh,
she
okay.
takes the money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna grip his coin purse tight and give it a little twist to try and get it to pop off.
Hold on. Let's do acrobatics for both of you, since you're not trying to hide it.
Womp womp.
So you grab his coin purse.
Okay. How much did she say it was?
31 gold.
I will give her 35 and thank her very much.
Oh.
And then I will hand him his coin purse back and say, "Thank you, Daddy!" And then walk out of the store.
He'll walk out and drop the bundle of rope around her neck and let her walk with it.
Very hunched over now. Because this arm is like still like you took the one off of her non-dominant arm, so she like can't really lift this thing of rope off. So she's just stuck there with one and the thing around her neck. This is fine. It's okay. I think we have everything we need.
All right. So, Trav, you walk up. To the brewer, I'm guessing.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go.
Your mic's away from your face.
Sorry, I was chewing on chips. I'm gonna go sit down next to him.
Lovely.
Well, there are no side rooms to this place. So it must be somewhere in this main hall, if it's here at all. Which one of the people over there seem to believe that it may be here, but it may not arrive for 2 days.
You said they were presenting it in 2 days.
Oh, presenting it.
Usually, trinkets like these are held in one of two places: the rectory, or some basement.
I have suspicions about the altar. Perhaps there's a secret door around it, but I don't know how to get to it without raising suspicion. So
You'd have to be not very bright to hide it in plain view like that.
Well, I don't believe that it's hidden like behind the altar, but I believe that maybe there's some mechanism on the altar to open a hidden door or something.
He peeks up at the word mechanism.
Perhaps something that slides the altar backwards or forwards, and it's a set of stairs underneath it. But I cannot get close to the altar because only the... Hold on. Priate? I spelled that terribly.
Priate?
Priate. Only the Priate seem to be allowed up there.
Can I come back over here, like behind the thing?
Yeah, you can move yourself.
I can't. Oh, there's a wall. Can anyone see me? Trying to get somewhere where no one can see me.
Trying not to be seen.
Yeah, I need some privacy for a second.
You're in the dark, but this person can see you.
What about like against this wall?
I'm not going to tell you, but out of all the places you've looked, that's the best place.
Okay. I'm gonna
Outlook's
cast.
not good. Try again later.
I'm gonna cast Disguise Self and make myself look like one of those dudes. But
Priest?
Yeah, but specifically, I'm gonna put some type of like, I'm gonna make it look like there has been like a, not a piece of canvas, but like maybe a piece of leather or something like sewn around my mouth, and like freshly freshly done so I'm like it's kind of bleeding and stuff. So like
Alright.
the leather's like covering my mouth, and maybe I look a little beaten up or whatever, and like even more gaunt than I usually do, but I'm wearing the Riots, the priest clothing.
The priest clothing. Yeah. Can you make a perception check? See how.
Perception, you said?
Yep. I mean, not perception. I keep saying performance. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you feel pretty confident in your disguise. Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk over here slowly, just like and like with my hands under my robes and my like a hood up and kind of like whatever, and obviously my mouth covered. I'm gonna walk over, keep walking slowly up to the altar.
Okay. You see, while you walk up, you see that priest that Travis was talking to earlier, like look up at you, like this one.
I can't see him. Oh,
because you're over there now.
as I'm walking past.
While you were walking past, she looked up at you and then looked back down at the commoner. So.
Oh, okay, great.
I like that has like an actual check too on there.
Cool. Can I investigate or can I check out the altar to see if there are any mechanisms?
Yeah, you can roll if you're looking specifically for like something investigation. If you're just looking at the general altar, then it's perception.
Yeah, I'm looking for like hinges or rails or levers or buttons or whatever.
Okay, investigation then.
Oh, sing on 19 for a
So
second.
you overlook the altar, and for the most part, yeah, it looks just like a slate. It's leaned up a little bit. You do see at the very top of the altar, there's like a divot with like a circle. Like kind of like think of it as like it's like tilted up so you can put books on it, but at the very top there's like a spot where like it's level, so like it's tilted around it. I don't know how to. Is there like a thing I can draw? I can just draw it. Hold on. It goes like this. Does that make sense? There's like this part is tilted up where you put books down on it, but this part right here is like level and has like a hole in it.
Like where a thing would go?
Like if the altar is like this and it's tilted like this hole is like right here.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Cool drawings.
Yeah. Somebody went to art school.
Yeah. But yeah, that's other than that big slate altar.
Okay.
Nothing on it right now.
Can I take out a little piece of cloth and like clean the dust, like wipe like I'm gonna stand up really close to the altar and like try and see if I can capture some residue or like anything like that on one of my little pieces of cloth.
Yeah. You're welcome to.
Can I smell anything? Like, does it smell like they're like candles or like grease or iron or
perception check?
Fucking Christ.
Yeah. So basically you pick up dust and you can't really smell anything on it right now. You do notice, I will give you that you do notice that there's not lots of dust on it at all. But as you are doing that, You feel someone lurk behind you as the priest goes, I know you're not from our church, but so you might not know this, but usually priests don't pray at this altar, only the Priat does.
The brewer backs up without really acknowledging, just backs up and stands like even with them, and then slowly turn, and she can see my face now.
Yep.
And I just kind of go really slowly, gesturing to my mouth.
I'm sorry to see that. I understand. I'm sure you can hear.
And nod.
Unfortunately, with this temple, only the Priat and me are allowed at this altar. So I would please just ask you to leave it, and you can pray back at the... I understand that maybe other temples of Helm have more altars to use that you might be accustomed to, but I have not seen you here, so I just don't think you realize that this is the sacred one for the Priat himself and me for small learnings.
I'm gonna pull. Can I pull a little? I must have like a book or a notebook, like a small notebook. Without opening it, I'm just gonna like hold it in my palm of my hand and gesture toward the book, like questioning.
I understand you have a book and you'd like to lay it on the temple. I get that. Unfortunately, this is the sacred altar. The Priat does not want many to sit on to use it.
I just
I apologize for misunderstanding.
Yeah, I shook my head and like I put my hands like this, and I tap myself in the chest.
And she's gonna watch it. He watches over you. Watch her.
Like, okay, she doesn't.
But who watches the watcher?
She's not getting it. Okay. Okay, I'll just come back. Can I see? Are there? I don't know what's over here.
Windows.
Like, it's all windows. There are no doors anywhere. Okay.
On anything else, you're welcome to do like a perception check, but those windows, I'm sure Trav already pointed out. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Your passive perception, you would notice that they're like 15 feet high, big cathedral windows.
Yeah. Usually. Okay. Yeah. Right. I'm just gonna walk straight out, and I'm gonna look at Tarkin, and like as I walk by him walking this way, I'm gonna open my robe a little bit to show one of my little green vials, and then I'm gonna close my robe and keep walking, just so he knows it's me.
I'm just gonna look at you.
No one can see you from there, so you don't have to do any checks or anything like that. You're gonna walk with him, right?
Not quite yet. Right now, I'm gonna pull out a book and take my pen, and I'm gonna start scribbling in the book, writing something.
What are you? Is it something we have to do a check for, or are you?
No, I'm just writing down. Like.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
like
Josh, you just walk out. You said after you do that.
Yeah, slowly, calmly.
Okay. I'm just gonna say you get out and walk by the guards, and you're like over here. Yeah, Trav.
Yep. So as I finish writing up, I write like a paragraph, basically, as he walks by. I'm gonna close up my book. I'm gonna look up to the helm painting, and I'm gonna just put my hand to my chest like this. Oh, you can't see that. And then I'm gonna slowly arise and just start to saunter out of the place.
Cool. All right. Are you guys just heading back to the bar?
Yeah, pretty much. Unless
I think Tom and I were doing the same.
Yeah. Can you make one stealth check? Are you going through the alley or taking the regular streets back?
Does the brewer have a preference? All right, I'm going through the alley.
Okay. Make a stealth check at disadvantage. Unless you're trying to. Were you trying to stealth?
I mean, not really. No.
Okay.
I'm just walking.
So, Josh, just make a stealth check at disadvantage. right, so the brewer kind of like before you even decide to go down the alley, he kind of like just disappears from view in the darkness that way. And as you go through, you get like the feeling as someone's watching you, and you look back up at like the rooftops. Can you make a perception check?
Hey.
Hey, you see someone. Can't clearly see who or what they are, but they're on the rooftops, and they like quickly duck down as soon as you look up. So you see like the top of their head go down, but it's on the roof, like over here.
All right.
And you guys take your leave. All right. So when you get back with Josh, it's like say like 3:30, 4 o'clock now. And you head back, and these two are not super far away, but they're far away. I'm gonna say that you guys already dropped the stuff off in the room, and you guys walk in. Are you guys just going to the bar, I'm guessing?
I'm not going to go to the bar. Is there an empty table I can sit at?
You want to just go to the one that you usually sit at?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so Josh, you can go ahead and describe what you're going to do over the table while we wait for Tom.
Yeah, I'm tired. It's like way more social interaction than I care to usually have. So I'm just going to sit and write in my book, and I think I probably have a couple of candles left. I'm going to light a candle and pull out one of my little pots, one of my little flasks, and try to run some tests on that piece of cloth that I pulled out.
You're using like your alchemist kit basically to do that?
Yeah.
Can you post alchemist kit? Does it give you anything on that?
I don't know.
Because I know like the cloak gives you like things that checks you can make. It might give you advantage on something. So
Oh man, you've got a sweet cloak.
The cloak?
No, like the cloak of disguise kind of stuff. Disguise self.
Oh, disguise self, yeah.
Alright, as a roll.
Create a puff of thick smoke, identify a poison, identify a substance, start a fire, neutralize an acid.
That's on your... I'm just going to look at it real quick. It's in your inventory.
Yeah. I'm like playing it fast and loose with those tools just for RP.
No, I know. But if I see something that might help you, I'll definitely use it.
Identify a substance, maybe?
Where's that? Investigation, respecting... Yeah. Since you actually have your kit out now, if you want to do it if you want to do an investigation check on that with advantage, I will allow it.
Cool.
As you like are literally testing on it.
Yeah.
It's the opposite, so 22.
Okay.
So you were looking before for residues?
Yeah, like I'm trying to see if like there's some things that I would recognize in terms of like tinkering and like building things. And
yeah, you would find a residue of silver, residue of gold, candle residue, and like leather residue.
Silver, gold, candle, and okay.
Yep.
And the candle's different than my candles.
Yes. Yeah, this is. I would imagine that you're pretty good at like keeping things separate with your like that cloth that you got.
Substances might have been used in the area. Well, that's cool. Yeah. So.
This makes sense that earlier you were like just looking, and now you have like something that actually identifies substances and helps you. That you'd get advantage for that.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I'm just going to be confirming my tests, I guess.
Okay.
And I'll like talk to the group later if they care to know.
Okay. Tom just went to the bathroom.
I'm guessing either dog stuff or he had to help
dog.
Ellie.
There he is.
Oh, he's back. So yeah, Tarkin, Brewer splits up and he basically goes and he's like working. Passive perception, you just see him basically kind of doing what you saw the other night. He's like hunched over on that table, just arms are waving back and forth as he tinkers. And you walk upon Circos and Octavia, distant, sitting at the same table.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up, and if there's a stool right between them, I'm gonna sit down right between them. So, did your shopping trip go well? You guys bond with each other?
I think we got everything we needed, yes.
Yes, we got what was necessary.
Well, that's good. Me and the brewer over there got a good look of the temple. We did not identify the artifact in question, unfortunately.
As soon as you say that, I'm gonna snap my fingers 3 times and like gesture for someone to come over.
But the brewer did get a good look at the altar, which we believe might be important, so perhaps we should head over to him and see what he found, because we didn't really do much talking on the way back, just to stay hidden. And with that, I'm going to start to stand up and start heading over towards the brewer.
You guys doing the same?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You all walk upon him?
Yeah.
Can I sit down in this stool?
So I've got. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand you a note. Not a note. I'm gonna hand you the piece of cloth, and like on the piece of cloth are like these sections that are all differently colored and stained now. And then there are notes next to each color, and the notes are these.
Did this go to me?
It doesn't. I'm gonna hand it. Like I'm not paying attention. I'm just gonna hand it behind you.
Octavia, then.
1 second. I have to like look up something.
I'm just gonna like pop out the stool and like kind of sit back a little bit and stretch my legs.
Okay, what did you? What was the? Oh, leather. This is what I. This note is. This is what I hand you. That's what the thing says.
Mammal.
Mammal. That's common.
So Octavia, you have it.
What of this do I recognize with all of my knowledge?
Organic mammal, I'll let you with keen mind know that you can depict that he's talking about leather there. The rest of the stuff you're gonna have to ask him.
I'll sort of hand it over to Circos.
I'm like a fucking Hardy Boy.
I think
Hey, New World Bezos Hyper 2047.
Hi. Hello. He looks over it, scans it. Does he understand what AU and AG might mean?
I do not think so. Wait, what? Josh, do you want to DM me what it specifically is?
Oh, I mean,
Is it specific to you?
No.
It's
Those
the
are
periodic table.
I assume it's
elements.
periodic table, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that exists.
Yeah, it definitely exists. It has to exist.
I'd imagine so.
I think you can roll intelligence saving throw.
All right.
Y'all really don't want to talk to the brewer.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, not that he's the best conversationalist or anything.
Yeah.
We had a grand time together. I don't know what you're talking about. I named him Kem.
with your
Oh, Kim, I like that name. Like short for chemicals.
magic items that you've found in your you're not like a specialist on it, but you can recognize what metals he's referring to.
So, what exactly is this a recipe for? Are you looking for these materials still, or do you? What are we looking at here?
Just finish up, like I'm like writing in my little notebook, and I sit up and I go, and I turn around a little bit, and this is what I collected from the altar that the fisherman went to see us. I went to see that we, yeah.
Yes, we got a lay of the land in that church. It's a pretty small church, to be quite honest. The entrance had 2 guards. When you walked in, there were little sections to the left and right, but not too large. Stained glass windows, nothing too complicated, but it surrounded the entire place. Could be an easy form of entry or exit, should the need arise. And then as we entered inside of it, there was a main altar that they were pretty keen on us not being at. So the brewer here was able to get up there with some of his magic ability, it seems, and get a sample of the altar, but we were not able to identify the object that we are looking for. The only thing that I know is that in 2 days it will be presented, which was told to me by a worshipper of Helm.
I like tap my book and say, this confirms that that something of value is present.
How does this prove that?
What do you mean? It's obvious.
Let's pretend that it's not.
I don't know if I know how to do that.
The writing, that was on a note, or was that in the notebook, or?
No, it's on a cloth.
Oh, okay.
The cloth, let's say that the cloth is divided into 4 sections like my hand. Each finger is a different color. It's stained by chemicals that I've used. And along each piece, or along each side, are those 4 things. So I've like treated the cloth, and I've shown that those 4 chemicals were on the altar.
Oh, okay. All right. Like treated and labeled, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like a science experiment kind of thing.
So we believe the wall to be present, perhaps somewhere underneath the altar, behind the altar.
Remind me, Tom. I know you had cast Detect Magic at one point, but do we know that you did that?
Nope.
Okay. So right now, the assumption is that this wall is in the altar, under the altar.
I'd say in some manner around the altar. The rest of the place is pretty barren. If not the altar, one of the statues next to it.
If we have a good idea of where this might be, I should be able to help track it down. But we need to be confident. I assume people will be skeptical of us banding about this this area where this shield is supposed to be. So
yes,
we should be confident in our decision here.
From the individual I talked to inside the church, there should at least, and there could be more, I'm not positive, there should at least be probably 2 guards on the outside, the entrance to the temple, and there will be at least 1 or 2 priests inside that could cause issue should we try to sneak in. And on top of
But
that,
they would allow us to enter? Or is it closed at night?
from what I gathered, it seems it's open at night, so I'll be able to enter. But I'm not positive about you two. On top of that, an additional complication. I believe we were being
Because we
watched.
didn't have enough.
When
What
I,
did you say?
From where?
We were being watched?
when I left the temple, we made our way through an alley because the way around was pretty long. So we just made our way through a simple alley on... what was the name of that street? On the Way of the Dragon. And I caught a glimpse of somebody on the rooftops. Now, I don't know who it was. They just hid.
In the South District, or were they within the Docks District?
They were in the South District.
Is there any chance it was Sana? They were scouting? Or doing something?
Did I recognize it as Sana? Probably not. Barry, did I recognize the person that was looking at me?
You would know it wasn't Sana.
Okay.
It was.
It definitely was not Sana. I've never seen the person in my life. I just caught a glimpse of their face real quick, but I think I would remember those.
Interesting. Do you think there'll be a problem?
I anticipate that it might be some sort of complication. So we may need to... I'm not positive the best way to get in. We either have to go through 2 guards and cause a ruckus, or go through one of the windows and cause a ruckus.
There weren't any other doors or anything like that?
There were no other doors that I could see. Only windows and the main entrance. The windows weren't too high up. But I don't know how we'd cover the sound of breaking glass.
Are they stained glass windows? Do they look like they open at all?
They appeared to be stained glass, so I'd assume they would not open at all, but I did not get a close enough look to see if they opened. But in my experience, church windows that have stained glass do not open.
Did it look like there was a second floor or anything like that?
Not that I could see.
Perhaps?
Not that I could see. There were no stairs, no ladders, no doors, other than the entrance.
How long was it from the entrance to the altar, where we think the wall is?
200 feet, maybe?
And what else is sort of in there? Are there pews, benches, candles, side rooms?
There are benches going all the way down. Other than that, some candles here and there. The altar itself, but it was pretty empty. There weren't any side rooms or anything like that. It was all open.
Were there a lot of people there when you went?
I'd count about 2 priests and 3 worshippers and 2 guards. Be my best guesstimation of the number of people. I assume with the night we can expect 1 to 2 priests and 2 guards minimum.
Did the guards seem well equipped?
The guards were not town guards. They were different. I'm not sure if they were part of this force that was hired that the Blackcoats told us about, Cloaks. But they wore a red garb, and they were not of the town. But we managed well enough to get by them without any issue. They were a little bit suspicious of the brewer, but he passed himself off as a candle maker.
Him?
Yes, he looks like he could make some candles.
I mean, maybe if those candles knocked people out, or had a noxious stench, or hid some sort of drugs on the inside. But I don't know that he strikes me as a candle maker. But if the guards believed it, we may have a chance.
The brewer is unimpressed with the little witch's commentary.
We pass ourselves as foreign. Said we came from
then
an
Circos will have no problem.
island. No offense, Circos, but I think you are uniquely identifiable in this town. City, even.
Why would I be uniquely identifiable? I am wearing a nice black cloak, and I have no. I have put away all of my accoutrements.
Are you wearing the black cloak right now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah,
see
so
that
he's just. I'm just trying to look at his.
He's just a dirty, like, he's just like this.
I will say I didn't get the chance. I didn't get the chance to mention something earlier while we were shopping, but you put away all of your jewelry and other garish items. I never thought that you would go for something so bland, but you've proven me wrong. You can blend in when needed.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's almost as if I have done it before.
I will say the lack of red cloak is very helpful, although I do love it.
Yeah, the red cloak, it is nice when you are not trying to avoid detection. If people are fine, if the city is fine with the Thayans who live within their walls. Usually it lets us get away with a little bit more, a little bit less. It depends on the city. It comes and goes.
Well, I'd say this is a city that you get away with less, so I believe we'll all have to garb these black cloaks tonight to be as discreet as possible. So, do we have a plan of action? What do we want to do when we get to this place? I see two options, mainly. We can go in a window and risk the sound of the shattering glass alerting people, or we can just try to go in the front door, but that might be a little bit more difficult.
Well, I have a few thoughts. We can look to see if the window's open, so that we don't need to make noise. But if there's guards posted out front, even if they're not city guards, I imagine that they'll be on the lookout for me and probably him. So I don't know how else we'd really be able to get in.
Maybe we can cause some kind of diversion to pull the guards away for a second. I'm not sure what would pull them away, though. But then we would have to find a way to get whoever causes the diversion away.
Well,
The sun starts to set as you guys sit in there.
I may be able to help with that part. I am able to create a sort of invisible being. I could do simple tasks. I could use that to cause some sort of disturbance or break a window. And then maybe we can tell the guards that whoever broke the window went running off in a different direction. So they try and chase them. But other than that, I don't know that infiltration is really something that I'm equipped for.
That may work. My one concern is they were definitely not of the town guard. Those two may have been... Why am I blurry? Those two may have been part of the group that was hired.
You're drunk. You can't even see straight.
What the hell is happening? That group might be part of the group that was hired. In which case, they may not leave their post for anything that doesn't concern them.
Well, I could always try and make the servant, hit one of the guards. I don't know that that's the best idea, but so far it seems to be one of the only.
Brewer, do you have any chemicals for incapacitation?
No, I may be able to make something, but I would need some pretty rare. What do you call them? Not ingredients. Components. The little witch wants to make a distraction.
It's what it sounds like, but if they see her making it, they're definitely gonna identify her.
Well, that does bring up another concern. You said that you think you were being watched?
Yes, there was someone watching us as we left from the rooftops. Could have been nothing.
Perhaps we should have someone look out for those people before we make any sort of attempt.
I mean, we can try that. I'd hope that we wouldn't split up with each other too much, because we'll be strongest all together now that we don't have Circos' strong bodyguard with us, and Sana has made her way off with this scout. Shall we head towards the church, though? We can continue to chat and walk, but I don't want to waste too much of this darkness that we have.
Yes, we may as well get moving. Could someone carry these ropes? They are not comfortable for me to try and maintain.
I'll grab a rope. Was it a hempen rope?
Yeah, two things of 50-foot hempen rope.
I only grabbed one, you still have the other one. I don't want that much rope.
Alright, so... I'm guessing you guys are just walking right through the dock ward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like, bam, 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 bam. Ugh! So, you didn't make that hook.
Quick detour down to Net Street to buy some
Yeah.
nets.
More nets.
So as you get to the end of Filet Lane, you see the Way of the Dragon Road. It's very large. Directly,
okay.
so directly in front of you, you do see those guards you saw before. Like, I'm not going to say that you guys are, like, right there. You're, like, here. But you do see those two guards that were there before Travis, right here. Basically, like, most of the lane, like, the main lanes are going to have guards on them, even at night. And the Way of the Dragon, it's just dusk, so it's not really, it's not as packed as it was this morning, but it's still pretty bustling there. Can you make a perception check, everyone?
Yeah.
Tarkin, you notice that the guards are not looking at you right now. They're basically just surveying, but, like, you kind of see them in, like, the crowd as it moves, and they're just looking back and forth. They haven't spotted anyone. And once again, you see these alleyways over here that you utilized before.
Are people making their way past the guards without issue? Like, are there people heading down that street?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to RP this, but I saw this City Secrets feature I have from being an urchin.
Yeah. What? Let me look at it.
Oh yeah, I think you know, like, secret paths or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I think Amanda had that ability.
Yeah, you can get through the city faster because you have a better general knowledge of like alleyways and stuff like that.
Yeah. So basically, it really just makes it so you're faster, but give me investigation with advantage again. 15. With a 15, you know that the alleyways that you went through before kind of kind of left you out in the open when you got out. But if you go up to here, Josh, you would know that it will bring you behind the church where the guards wouldn't see you. And like that's an alleyway that not many people know about that you would know about.
Okay. What's our setup right now?
What is it?
Well, like, what's our setup right now? Like, where are we standing right now?
Probably
You're standing right here.
Right, but like, what's the
Formation-ish kind of thing?
Yeah, and like, what's around us and...
Okay, I mean, you're on Fillet Street. It's like semi-busy. It's a smaller street. But this street right here, Way of the Dragon, is very busy. It's like the busiest street of Waterdeep. So it's not as much traffic as you saw before, but it's less. And then you see, I can't see like the street names. Oh, Zastro Street is like north of you. That kind of goes up to here. But you know that alley to be here. So I mean, there's decent crowd density right now.
Oh, okay. All right. That's okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just gesture to the group to follow me, and I'll just walk off without them into the crowd. Not fast, but like confidently.
I'll fall behind him.
Same.
So with the 15 investigation, I will. Anyone wearing heavy armor?
No.
All right, everyone make a stealth check as you cut through that crowd. All right, so as you guys get basically halfway up to that street, Octavia like sneezes pretty loudly.
I yell out, Are you sure we're going the right way?
And you guys, who's in the back? I'm gonna say Circos, you're in the back. Can you make a perception check? You see the guards like kind of look your way because they hear a younger girl, and they like slowly walk, but it's not like a brisk pace. They're just like curious and they walk towards you. What are you guys doing? You're basically right here. In that marker, that alleyway you know about is right here. So here to here.
I'm gonna like move my hand and say Jeroboam and cast Minor Illusion and make that same sneezing sound as far as I can away from me, like across the street away from us.
Okay. Does it have a range?
I think 30 feet.
30 feet?
Check
Okay.
that, but
Can you post it?
Yeah.
Where are the guards relative to where we are? Like, if we're going straight,
We're right here, this red circle, that's where they were when they heard her sneeze and she was like up here.
It doesn't
and
even
they basically, they weren't like rushing. They heard basically the age group, like the way she sneezed was like curious because they're looking for like that specific age group, and it's late. Well, not late, but it's like nighttime. And they walk up 30 feet. Investigation. That's what I wanted.
Can I Yeah, I'm gonna do another distraction after that resolves.
Okay. Yeah, they hear a sneeze, look that way, not the same sound, and continue to like walk forward. What are you doing, Josh?
I'm gonna pull up this little disc. It looks like maybe the size of like 7 quarters stacked on one another. And it's this little bronze mechanical thing. And I push a little button on the side of it, and it starts making like a muffled screaming noise. And I throw it up and over and into the crowd, sort of over where Circos where Circos did his thing, the sneezing noise. But I throw it like purposely close to the guards so they can hear it. And it's the third.
Yeah,
floor.
it's your magical tinkering, right?
Yeah. And it's like it's like a screaming noise, but like sort of screaming far away.
Yeah. So it lands and starts doing that screaming noise, and the crowd starts like going, "Whoa! What is that?" And they all like start looking around, and like the guards are basically like kind of trampled, and then starting to like trying to like make sure there's peace, and be like, "Hold on, we'll look at it," and they're like basically all like you see a moment where you can sneak into that alley. All right, so you get into the alley, and the crowd of people, you just hear them all like screaming back there. You still hear that scream as they're looking, and you disappear from view, and you make it to the courtyard.
I don't have vision.
No, I know. I gotta put your tokens in.
Okay.
Intelligence modifier.
Hey, there we go.
Shit.
Okay. So you end up in the back of the courtyard. I mean, the back of the temple from the opposite end of where you entered last time. As you like walk out, and you notice that the sun is fully gone now. And you have like a clear range of the area still, because you're in the city. There's still lights in other spots. But it's still like a dim vision kind of thing. What are you guys doing?
We're at the back of the place now. There are a few windows around this side. Maybe we can check one of those real quick, see if one of them's unlocked, but I doubt it.
Is the altar just on the other side of this wall?
Yes, it should be. Do you have something that can get us on the other side?
Unfortunately not.
Yes, the altar's on the other side. A little bit further down on the left and right side, the statues are. Other than that, it's just benches and columns and more windows.
Octavia, you can see that your left, my right window, it's 15 feet up, and then it's large.
Does it look like it has anything that opens, like any hinges or anything?
You can make a perception check.
Certainly try.
You get a good view at it, and you notice that there are none.
Okay.
But since it's perception, not an investigation, you do kind of look basically across your vision, and you do make note of there are windows on top of the domed roof, smaller.
Okay.
Like circular windows, basically.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I could potentially have my invisible servant throw a rock through this window, and we'll all, well, have a wait until we're not here, and so that way it'll break the window and maybe the guards will go rush to see what's happening.
Well, if you do that, they're gonna rush to a window right next to the altar. I'd say it'd be a much better idea to have whatever this thing is that you talk about break a window near the entrance. There's some little, not so much rooms, but there's little areas to the right and left of the church with plenty of windows that if one were broken and they were to rush there, it would give us however much time it takes them to investigate that disturbance to get in ourselves, hopefully, and investigate the altar. But we would also need to break a window or try to run in the front door.
Well, yeah, we can pull the guards away. Hopefully we can just go in the front door as worshippers or, criminals. No, not criminals.
What if
I
you
need to
break...
think on this some more.
What if your servant breaks a window at the same time that we break a window? Surely they'd hear the one closer to them first.
The windows that we're looking at, like over here and here, like
There's no windows over here.
oh, where are the windows?
You
It's
don't
further
see them
down.
yet, but they're over on this side.
Oh, there's no windows on the backside. Okay, all right. Okay, dokie.
I mean, we can try and break the windows at the same time, but what if they investigate both?
Well, then we have a problem to deal with.
And Circos turns to Tarkin. The altar where you think the item is stored, how close was it to the back of this building?
Couldn't be more than 10 feet from the back of this building. It's right on the other side of that wall there. Between us and the altar, there was a big painting of Helm.
So as long as that was the wall that you think was the back of the building, then it should be right in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. He's just kind of like thinking to himself and...
Yes.
There were a couple windows around the altar and the statues inside this main room. And then back towards the front, and I point like on the other side of the temple, there were a lot more windows on that side. But the guards are near there at the entrance.
You're welcome to move, but only move your combat movement.
So...
And let me know if you're going to be stealth or not, because then it will be half.
Can I look around, or no, where around here did you say you saw someone watching?
It was on the other side of the temple, more towards the entrance.
And you think they were watching you, not casing this same location, right?
Pretty sure it was me. When I looked at them, they ducked. Perhaps we should get a peek into one of these windows in the backside and see what we're dealing with. I anticipate there might be a priest or two near the altar as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to get a look inside. I'll start to head that way.
Can I swim here?
It
Is
may
Circus
just be the two of us, it seems. And I'll move a little bit further ahead.
Well, I believe we should all approach together and figure out what our plan is. Because if we are trying to provide a diversion, we should know what the diversion may be before we act.
I think we should get a look in the window and see if there's a priest at the altar. Because I believe there may be, which causes issues of its own. Perhaps I should go in the front entrance? Maybe I can cause a diversion?
Trav, can you make a sleight of hand check?
Oh. Hey, natty daddy.
Natty boy.
Does one of us want to climb up in this window, see what we can see on the other side?
How high up is the window, Barry?
15.
I don't know that I can climb that high.
Well, I can either climb up that direction, or I can try going in the front entrance like I did before. I did ask about the hours of the church and that I might try to come here at night.
Perhaps you should go around to the front and maybe go in and get a lay of the land and at least get a better sense of... Maybe you can open a window from the inside. Or cause some other distraction.
Barry, what's this stained glass window look like? Is it just a helm with like the gauntlet in the eye?
Gauntlet eye on the gauntlet.
Okay. Well, I'll go in then. Watch that stained glass window.
Before you do that, one other thought. You've been here before. They've seen you. Maybe you tell them that when you last left, you saw someone up on the building across the way, and you were worried that maybe they intended harm on the temple, and you would feel much better if one of them were to check it out.
It's an idea. I could go for it. I'm not sure what I would signal for you. Do you plan to come in the window? I'm not sure how I'll communicate with you.
I imagine we'd be able to see if one of the guards walks off.
Well...
What time is it now, Barry?
Like 7:30.
Oh, okay, so not that late yet.
No. You guys left at like dusk, basically. And the sun's fully like basically down now.
Well, I can always make the eye on that gauntlet on the window blink, should I need you guys to come in. Just I'm not sure what manner you'll come in.
I wish I had some way to communicate over a distance. Make all of this a whole lot easier.
Yes, well, if we think it's the best plan, I'll go in the front entrance and maybe I can try to draw them away.
Yes, I can. Well, maybe before you leave, maybe you could give me a leg up and I can get in that alcove over here.
Yeah, certainly. And I'll go over and I'll kind of like kneel down, ready to hoist you up.
Athletics check. With advantage because he's helping you up. Or acrobatics, actually. You can
Yeah,
do
there
both.
we go, you
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Okay, you don't even have to do the
I can
disadvantage.
do with advantage if you want.
I will say though, can you make a dexterity save? Because you guys are not stealthy. No one wants to stealth as you climb up into a window.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Okay. You climb up. Can you see from there?
I can see to like right there.
The wrong person to.
Yeah, exactly. Humans.
So you look inside and you see like a dark. It's like the only light right now is coming from these two statues. So I'm gonna do one thing for you to help out your humanness. So I'm gonna put this here. And hold on, I want the same thing. So this here. So that should give you a little bit more, right? Okay.
Got nice big titties on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. So you at least see light showing on the sides, but you don't see anything inside other than what you see, obviously. Can you make a perception check though, because you do have ears.
Oh, something about that just tickles me.
Yes.
Okay. You can hear someone praying over here.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, hold on. I need to put the rest of the lights in. Alright. You should get a little bit more vision too.
Well, in that case, would you like me to cause a distraction?
You speaking to Sergos?
Just around to anyone, pretty much.
Well, Sergos looks down and says,
"Well, I cannot really see much. I can hear somebody praying, chanting, what have you, but there is not much to go on right now. Although, I do see the altar you had mentioned."
Well, I'll see what I can do to draw people away from it, and I'll start heading in this direction.
I'm gonna follow you.
Yeah, let's go.
And as we're walking, I'm gonna cast Disguise Self again. But I'm like walking, and like usually I walk over kind of like a little hunched, bad posture, slowly, like frail, whatever. And I turn like everything into like dark robes that has like this like, it's almost like it's not see-through, but you can almost like, it's almost like chameleon skin, and it's sort of dynamic. It's a little dynamic. What's that robe? What's the blanket that Harry Potter uses?
Cloak of Invisibility.
Yeah, it's not quite that, but basically just like the best chameleon skin that I can muster with Disguise Self. And then my posture changes, and I start walking like someone from fucking Peaky Blinders.
So you have a robe that's like it looks translucent, like it's not really, but looks it kind of idea.
It's not translucent. It like matches the colors of things that are
What's around
that are
you.
around me. Yeah.
Yeah, and what was past that cloak? Anything else?
No, just that's like
Okay.
all my clothes sort of look like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And we're walking around to the front.
Oh yeah, who's going to the front? It's the two that have been to the front.
Yep.
Sergos, after getting a look in, is not going to be like pressed ham against the fucking window, so he's going to kind of hug back as far as he can on
You guys
on
can
this
move to the
ledge
door.
because there's like these little lips right here, so he'll just try and stealth and just hide.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Do any of these windows here look like they have latches, openings, anything like that?
They do not. They all are stained glass. Josh, were you staying back here, or are you going up with him?
Oh no, sorry. I thought we were moving. No.
Okay,
I'm like,
cool.
yeah, but I'm actively trying to stealth and like be unseen.
With the translucent thing, so you're hoping like the reflection of that disguises you?
Yeah, it's just like making like I'm hoping to go unnoticed as opposed to changing myself into something that's noticeable, like the priest.
All right. Let's do. I'll leave it to the investigation checks. What's your spell DC?
$13.
13. All right. So when you, Travis, you walk up, and when you walk up, you notice that the first guard does not see you. But as you walk up, you see this guard kind of. Travis walks up and he's kind of like looking past, and like with a 19, he's confused of what's going on behind him. He doesn't necessarily see, because you have it kind of covering your face, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like he just sees something there, and he's like looking, and they go, "Hey, I remember you from before." And then this one goes, "What the hell is behind you? What is that?"
I'm gonna like walk up here, like towards this guy, kind of. Yes,
You
sorry.
make a stealth check, Josh, to see if you slip away out of his view.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trev. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, it's fine.
By the skin of your teeth. So as you like back up out of his view, he like shakes his head, and sorry, we've been pulling long shifts. What can I do for you?
Yeah, sorry. I've been having terrible nightmares of Umberlee battering my ship on the way here from Ruithim. I was just hoping for entry to the church tonight, and just maybe I can just pray for a couple of hours before heading out. I don't want to cause any issue.
The church is open. We have to stand guard. The Caravan Boys been sneaking around here lately, and there's usually guards at a Helm's church, so...
Well, thank you so much for your kindness, and I'm gonna start walking in, and I'm gonna open the door.
Yep,
And
you see a priest basically right up front.
Oh, someone on the roof. Cool.
So, hi. Are you here for late night prayer?
Yes, sorry, I've been having some terrible night terrors about Umberlee battering our ship on our way into port here in Waterdeep, and I was just hoping to get some prayer with Helm for some protection against those terrible waves and storms that she summoned upon us on our way in.
Oh, well, I hope he grants it for you. He watches. I'm here if you need any help. Sister Margaret's up front.
Oh, thank you. Do a lot of people frequent this place at night?
Get our stragglers. Back in the day, there used to be a lot more. Before the Sundering, but... it will be like that again, within time.
Well, excellent. And I'm gonna continue walking forward.
Okay.
Outside, can I create another sound thingy and place it like here? Well, yeah, it's gotta be like right here, I guess. Maybe right around the corner.
Okay.
And can I make the sound be just a recording of what might sound like a prostitute calling for the guard?
Could you give us an example of what
Go fuck
The
yourself.
object choice of odor or non-verbal sound. It can't be verbal. So what is she?
I don't know, like a whistle or like a cat call noise. I don't know what you would.
Okay.
And then we're back away. Yes, over here.
Hey, Gab.
You see one guard go over to this guard. I've been watching this for most of the day. Do you mind if I go check out that sound? Really, dude? Man, it's been a long day. Let me just go see what it is. Be right back, please. We're supposed to be guarding here. And he's gonna walk over.
Okay. And I'm gonna try to go in the door that Tarkin went in. As
What is the thing that you put over there? What does it look like?
it's the same. It's another little sound machine that I made.
But
Like the one.
it's like a just a little metallic thing. I just want to know what the guy sees basically when he gets over there.
Yeah, it's basically. It's like you've seen a stopwatch with the face open and all the little things inside. It's like that, but thicker.
Okay. All right. So he's like gets around, but make one more stealth check, but give yourself advantage with the sound going on. Okay. So yeah, you make it through the door.
Okay. And I'm just gonna come. I'm gonna walk around the wall.
So what do you look like to this priest though when you walk in? Are you just wearing that translucent thing? Like,
Yeah, I'm trying not to be seen by anyone.
okay. 17. All right, hold on.
I don't
Okay.
imagine that this place is well lit.
It isn't, but there is a candle right here. But she's not looking for you, so I just made a. I mean, she's not looking for you, so technically you would be seen. So no, you would be seen because of passive perception and you're in candlelight. So you would walk through the door where you're basically wearing that translucent garb, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me?
Just take my hood down. Damn it.
How can I help you?
I've come to rest.
Rest, huh? What is that garb you wear? I've never seen anything like it.
It's one of my many experiments.
And you are at the Church of Helm for what?
For rest.
Okay. We don't have beds here.
Do mind
Are
if
you
I sit?
praying to Helm?
Oh, yes, that's a good idea. I would like to pray to Helm.
Persuasion check. I'd like to pray. Yes.
Fuck.
I don't think you actually would like to pray. And Travis, you can hear this from where you are.
Can I approach forward?
Yep.
I'm sorry, madame. He is with me. He's quite shell-shocked from our trip into Waterdeep. The waves were battering us something fierce. He was hidden below deck, and he was clutching at himself. He's not quite himself right now.
Well, he definitely does not serve Helm, but we'll probably have to keep our eyes on you if that's okay. But you are welcome in. Please, she looks at you. Stay with an actual observer of Helm, please.
I just open my mouth a little bit and let drool come out of it. and just look at her blankly.
Can you please get him and take him with you?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
My apologies. His gods have forsaken him, and I
It's
believe
okay.
Helm will help.
I hope you can convert him. He looks like he needs it. And as you guys walk, I'll let you guys walk away, but you hear a, "What the hell is this?" And these guards are conversing, but you don't hear it right now. And this door, I'm gonna say, gets shut.
Come on, Kem. And I'm gonna start walking forward with you. Can I see Circos in the window?
No, you can't.
Damn it. It'd be funny as shit.
If you're looking for him, you can make a perception check for him or intelligence, but passively you don't see him. No.
Yeah, I just quickly shoot a glance, but I'm not like looking specifically for him. I didn't think I'd get this far. What do you think, Brewer? How can we distract these individuals enough to get Circos into this place?
In the past, I've just killed them.
Well, fuck me then.
Certainly an idea. Did you want to... I have some rope.
What do you want? What are you trying to do?
Could tie her up. Maybe put some rope in her mouth.
No, like what? To what end?
Maybe we can incapacitate her enough to where she can't call for help.
Your face, so good.
But like, okay, so why do you want to incapacitate her?
That's the only thing I can think of. But even so, them.
No, but what are you trying to do? Like, what's the? What are you gonna do if you incapacitate her? What are you trying to do?
All I know is we need to get Circos and Octavia in the window.
Oh.
And buy as much time as possible to identify this artifact, obtain it, and leave. So we have to in some way get her away or restrain her.
It would be easier to restrain her if there were more of us.
It's true. Maybe I can cause a distraction at this other window?
Could you ask her to pray? These people seem to like to pray.
I could. Maybe I can ask her about some of the... Is the art in each window different? Or is it all identical?
Up front, these are all like the gauntlets with the eye on it.
They're all identical though, right? Okay.
Is there... Okay, so as soon as you do that, I'm going to put my hood back up and go over here to the window that Circos was at. I assume he's still there.
Yeah, you just can't see him yet.
Okay.
He's hiding. You can, if you want to like search for him, or he can probably see you. It's up to who gets out of stealth, or if you're gonna like try to roll to see him, basically.
I'm gonna quietly, gently tap the glass.
Sleight of hand.
And as he does that, I'm gonna approach the priest.
With advantage, since Travis is gonna talk to her.
The 5s.
All right.
I mean, like, very gently.
I know.
Yeah.
Travis, you see her basically start to look as you walk up.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry to intrude. I was having some night terrors tonight, and I was hoping to do some praying. Maybe you could tell me a little bit about this place to get my mind off of it?
I can help you pray. Sure. take a seat.
Excellent. Do we go over to these benches over here?
Yep, just right up in the front. Thank you.
And I'm gonna start to slowly walk and see if she follows.
Circos, you hear the tap. So did she, but she got distracted. She rolled pretty high twice. So I'm just over here, Circos and Brewer. So he taps on the window. What are you doing?
Sorry, I was on mute. He'll tap back at it. So, I assume sleight of hand as well.
Yeah, but she's further away, so it's not as high of a roll.
When I hear him, can I take out a couple of my little acid vials and slowly start to like try to melt some of the glass just to see if it'll melt, like just to test the glass.
If you want to test the glass for melting, give me an intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving.
Circos is also still ducking behind everything, like peeking around the corner. So,
so you're able to. You're very good with your tools, and you're able to test it without like making too much noise, and you see the glass melt a small hole from where you tested it.
Okay, I look through. I see Circos.
Make a perception check with advantage, because he's still technically hidden.
Ooh, new glory hole.
Cathedral glory hole. Yeah, your stealth check is no. You don't see him.
Okay.
But Circos, you can see the hole. So I mean, you can make yourself show if you want to. You're just still in stealth.
well, but I did tap back.
No,
so
I know
he
you
knows
tapped
I'm
there.
there.
You know he's there. You just you
okay.
don't see him. Yeah, I just
yeah.
mean vision wise.
Oh, no, I've read about these. I believe you stick in your finger and you just kind of wiggle it, and that's
So I'm
how
gonna
they
take
know
off
that you're ready.
the disguise, I guess,
Okay.
and like pin part of it to one side of the wall, like here, and then pin the other side to here, almost like a curtain, like a drape, and it doesn't perfectly match the stained glass, but it's like from a distance you could pass, I guess.
No, I see what you're doing here.
And then I'm gonna get up under this like sill, I guess, this like windowsill.
Yeah, I'll let you auto get up in the windowsill.
Is it high?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like 15. You could climb.
Not at all suspicious.
Okay, well I'm gonna climb and then put the thing up.
Okay, just give me advantage on athletics or dexterity, either or. And I'm not going to do the stealth check. I'll just let that one decide with advantage because you have like that cloak and all that. Okay, cool. So yeah, you make it up, and you're behind that cloak.
Yeah, and then I just start to try to melt a larger hole, a certain size hole.
You can give yourself inspiration for the cloak. That's very smart. And what I'm gonna call for a roll on you making a hole for them to fit in, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
Is performance with advantage because of the cloak? Because you're gonna make performance is like because you're using your hands basically to make like a hole for them. So that's gonna take like skill. So performance advantage with the cloak.
Jesus Christ.
There you go. 19. So it takes some time, but eventually you're able to make a hole big enough where they can crouch under and get in. And the performance also is how loud you were. You did it a lot. No one heard anything. Travis, did you want to ask this priest any questions while they climb in? Because she is talking to you throughout this, basically, like you guys are praying together, basically.
As I look at her, do I notice that she carries anything special, whether it be book, weapons, or like an object at all?
She's holding a book, but other than that, she has like an amulet like everyone else. But other than that, just normal gear is exactly what she was wearing last time.
Okay. I thank you for taking the time out of your night tonight to spend with me.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we're here, to help lost souls who find their way here to Helm at night. He watches.
Oh, thank you very much. Are there others, or are you the only one that tends to this place?
Me and one other priest, and then we have our guards.
Well, surely you must get tired.
Yeah, I came in for the night shift. It's not necessarily... I know my job.
Well, it's excellent of you to make that sacrifice.
You're losing her. You're losing her.
Are you guys climbing in all the way?
I mean, if we can, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. You make it in. I'm guessing you guys are like, you wouldn't be able to all fit in this cell, so like basically the cloak's over who's ever like Josh, and then the rest of you guys are on the outside of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it too, just so the hole is a little obscured.
Yeah.
Circos, as soon as he hops down, he will subtly cast detect magic.
Okay. Does that have a area effect?
It's like 35.
I
30?
think it's 30 feet radius around you.
Yeah, 30-foot radius. Apparently, I forgot the long rest last night. There we go.
From where you are now, unless it might have like a mold, but
that's where it would be right now.
okay. So right now you do not detect any magic.
Okay. He didn't expect to find it right away because yeah.
If you want to move, go ahead.
Yeah, so he'll move toward the altar. I mean, that's gonna move. Yeah. There you go.
So from there you detect magic on the altar, but it's slight. It's not heavy magic. But you do detect magic on that altar.
So I see like an aura around the altar.
Yeah, a
itself.
faint one, basically.
Mm-hmm.
On the top.
But there's nothing else.
You make a perception check. On that altar, it's tilted and it has a hole. Where the hole is a scale. The scale... Hold on. Oh, I have it right here. It's about 1.5 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide. The scale, it has a soldier in armor in the center with his hand holding out where the arms interject, so his hand's out like this, and then like the actual scale part is off of his hands. Each side holding a plate. The entire scale is cast in silver and gold. And if you look closely at that scale, you can see an eye on his chest and on the hands of the soldier on the scale.
Is there anything on the scale already?
No. Where you detect the magic is off of that scale.
It's emanating from that scale.
What school of magic did you say it was, Barry? Or did you say what school of magic it was?
Well, let me say, because I don't know the schools of magic well enough for an item that I made up. So
I assume, like, if it's around like Helm, it's probably abjuration.
Yeah. There you go, abjuration magic.
Right? I mean, the spell
I made
shield is
made this up 2
abjuration,
weeks ago.
so there you go.
Yeah. It's the magic doesn't necessarily matter too much, but I'll factor that in next time I make a scale that has magic aura on it.
Always gonna ask. Need to know everything.
So Circus will like kind of look over to the brewer and Octavia and kind of like usher them over quickly. Point at the scale. He'll look at the brewer and I don't necessarily know if this is what we are looking for. It is definitely not a shield, but it seems any magic in this this building is, or at least this area of the building, is emanating from this scale.
Is the scale sitting in the hole? Does the scale look like a statue, or does it look like it's mechanical or moves in any way?
It, from all intents and purposes, looks like a scale. Do an investigation check, but like face value, it looks like a normal scale. Just a just a soldier is like the main point of it is a soldier, and then his hands out, and then the scale mechanism, like the actual scale part, is like forward off of his hand, and there's 2 plates on it.
While they're doing that, can I investigate the statue to see if there's anything that stands out about it?
I think we'll do the rest of it next time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Even better.
So, because basically, you guys saw the scale. That's a good place to stop. Just I thought we were gonna get at least one good investigation check on it, and we got a critical fail. So, but yeah.
I have to fucking remember where I said I was from.
We get in.
Now I gotta remember to do investigation checks. Goddamn fucking hiccups.
Wait, does inspiration? Is that a reroll?
You can roll again before we sign off if you want.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, use that shit.
God damn it.
No, that's good. It's a 12.
That would be a 2.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be under a 10.
Plus 5
what was it you're specifically looking for?
I'm trying to determine if this is the thing that we're looking for. Like, if based on everything that I've heard and seen, if this is like something of the thing of value that the grumpy man at the bar was looking for.
You would know that it's not because you're looking for a shield. But you would know that this scale is the gold and silver traces you saw on the cloth. And Circo said that it was magical. And I will give you that you once saw that, like, the dust on this altar was lighter than it should be. You can take that however you want. That's a freebie I'm giving you. But and the last thing I'll give you before we sign off is you can tell that scale is a working scale. Like, it's not like a fake scale. Like, you can see, like, just the slight movement that it has just as a normal scale sitting there.
Wild.
Fun stuff. I made this up in like 3 hours after work one day. Go. You got more. The one shot doesn't die.
That's like fucking Trouble on the Road. I just gotta make shit up.
I called it earlier. I don't know which of the like 8 rooms, but at some point I laughed at thinking that this was gonna end tonight.
Never does.
Oh, I didn't necessarily say it was going to end tonight. I said that I don't have anything planned after this right now for these Strahd prologue things. Like right now, like if this finished and we like blitz through, I would just be like, okay, you guys got to experience each other. 2 years past session 0, we discussed what happens, but like